All right, I think I can start now. I think the fucking ad block is over. Let's go here. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, let me see. YouTube chat. There we go. Let's get YouTube chat going. Let me say hello. Oh yeah, no, the books are wild. They're definitely wild. Let me say hello to everyone real quick. Hello, Azure Rats. Hello, Tila. Welcome back, Tila. How you doing? How you doing? Hello, Super Tiger Fox. Congratulations on your first, and also nice second snap of the day. Hello, Kuroji. Hello, V Architect. Hello, Belner. Let me drink. Oh, God, I need caffeine. Hmm. God, I felt energized. And then after that stream in the morning, which I'll explain a little bit once I say hello to everyone, I took a nap that did not make me feel energetic. I felt like my body was hollowed out, which I mean, like, yeah, technically it is, but like more so than usual. And hello, Derp. How you doing? How you doing? And I was definitely burning. Yeah, every time I take a nap, my body just holds me at gunpoint. It's like, you're sleeping. And I'm like, I don't want to sleep. I'm gonna feel bad. Like, too bad, elderly man, you are going to sleep and you're gonna like it. I'm like, okay. But yeah. Um, hopefully everyone has had a good Saturday. My Saturday has been very odd. So if anybody happened to be up super stupid early, and if you were not, do not feel bad. I was part of a mini painting collab hosted by the wonderful Pega Neko, and there was like a lot of, or European. I bet the Euros and Aussies were like super jazzed. Uh, it was with all of these various nerds because yeah, still got the little thing. The idea was to get together and to do like, how, like, could we paint, like, who could paint like the best mini in 2 hours, and also let somebody else choose the colors. Let me put, I for some reason did not put my picture that I did. Let's go look a little scuff. For some reason, his mask was hella blurred when I took this picture. I might need to fix that at some point. Transform. Here's my guy though. Here's my guy. I was told to paint yellow and red, and I did. This is the first time I fucked around with streaking grime. It's the magical elixir that Warhammer YouTubers at one point were like. I assume it's still pretty popular. It was definitely like a big thing in the like. There's like different schools of like how you do minis, and like there's definitely like the grim is the darkest, the grim dark. Um, uh is really likes that because instead of like, it's basically like you do a regular wash, but you put it all over and then you rub it off and then you seal it. And it is very, very powerful. Yeah, honestly, for 2 hours, I feel pretty happy about it. I could go back and touch it up a little bit, but I think for the posterity of what I did, I think I'm gonna leave it alone. I think I'm gonna leave him alone. Just do not touch this. Just be like, that was the fun memory. And he looks decent enough. Like, if I say I did him in 2 hours, people are like, wow, let's go, let's go, let's go. The Mega Met games. Oh yeah, I there's gotta be some modules for like Foundry or Tabletop Sim or something like that to help with the Mega Mech stuff like that. I cannot get the siesta mindset. I would love the siesta to work on me, but instead, all the siesta does is destroy me physically. What else did I do today? Um, this is upcoming news. I don't have definitive times for any of these. Um, I have been making inroads for 2 tabletop collabs that will be happening in the near future, ideally. One of them is the one for Changeling the Lost, which I mentioned before. Another one is for the Japanese tabletop RPG Sword World, um, which is like their kind of the fantasy game that won. I think it grew out of D&D and kind of was like grew out kind of like the Lodos kind of people and became its own thing. I might want to double check though. My facts are a little iffy. I know come second edition, I believe they gave it an entirely new setting. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, maybe try Foundry. Foundry is a lot of very really baller little modules and fan made stuff. I know it's primarily for TTRPGs, but I imagine like if you're busting out Megamech, I feel like that's probably crunchy enough that maybe something like that would benefit. Because like I know BattleTech can be done like just use the cards or just play Alpha Strike and just like, wow, it's even more simple. So you could do like big mech lance battles. But but I still feel like maybe Foundry might be worth looking into. I don't know how often it goes on sale. I know I picked it up on Black Friday. God, Can you believe March is almost done with this year? That's fucked up. That's not right. That should not be true. That should not be true. Ah, all right, though. All right. See, I don't think I have anything else to report. I like how like I subconsciously start these streams like, what do I have to report? Like, I don't know if that's guild training, busting into my brain or what, but we'll find. That's it's fine. It's fine. All right, let me get my various things up as well. So today, because I knew I would be busy with that thing, and also I felt like a chill day a little bit. Um, oh yeah, I know Mega Mech is pretty in depth. There's a VTuber. He doesn't stream super often, but there's a guy named Spacer Haywire, who is really into battle tech. Very very nice guy, very smart guy. Really likes really likes BattleTech, and I know he's done some like Mega Mech streams way in the past. I have not. I have, despite owning several, I have the boxes. I just need to sit down and be like, how do rules? How do BattleMech rules? Yeah, I think there's like there's a type of VTuber or I guess streamer in general that it's like I stream when I have free time as a fun little treat to myself. And I think Spacer's kind of in that category where it's like he's busy a lot. Every now and then he'll pop in to say hi. He did one. He was rigging up like a thing for like HTML from the chat would be displayed on his stream. And because I'm one of the 3 people remaining who remember the marquee tag for HTML, I was able to do a marquee in the stream, so that was fun. How you doing, Neil? How you doing? How but? What? How but what? How but what? Monday. But yeah, let's go a little bit into what we're going to be covering tonight because I have I got two issues of Dragon like ready to go, and then in addition to that, I have more. I have like a back ones. Yeah, that was me that did a marquee. I've been around for a while. I've popped in through I still got like I'm definitely one of those people that I know a lot of people, but because I like to move around a lot in various circles. I definitely go with the flow. Unfortunately, going with the flow is a little bit bad because it makes it so maintaining friendships and contact with people is very hard for me personally. I appreciate people who reach out to me and are like, you're my friend, Hal. We're gonna talk a lot. I'm like, okay, hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, that's kind of wild that you were in that stream. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Let me actually hit the button. John, there we go. So I have 2 issues of Dragon prepared. By prepared, I mean so there's like 350 some issues of Dragon, right? It's like 300 some issues of Dragon out there. I also have to be very careful because my snooze ad button and run 3 minutes of ads buttons are directly together. I have not looked into the, I to this date I have not played RimWorld with mods. I still need to do that. God, I wish I had more time. Time at this point in my life seems to be the resource that is constantly slipping through my fingers. There's so much I want to do and yet so little time. And when I got time, I don't got the energy. It's tragic. It's tragic. But yeah, I got 2 issues of Dragon. This one I thought was kind of fun because like we're kind of at the point where steampunk is kind of quaint. Like for people like steampunk used to be a bigger part of like the tabletop game sphere. Let me remove that little mooncalf from last time. Um it's still around, I believe. Like you'll still see like little relics, but like of course like little steampunk trappings. Like I think most RPGs that are fantasy have like a gadgeteer that basically makes little similar steampunky nonsense. And a guy with a top hat's not that weird in a fantasy setting. And of course, airships and like maybe a fantasy setting will have like one like nation that is like super advanced tech, and it's usually steampunk tech. But like a dedicated steampunk RPGs are kind of fallen out of favor many years ago. Yeah, they are brown goths. This is not, I don't know if this is even a hot take for me. There's a group of people online. There's a lot of people that like are upset that steampunk isn't more punk. Like the a lot of steampunk is you're a bunch of kind of like swashbuckling adventure pulp people going around on your airship and exploring ruins and like stopping mad scientists kind of thing. I enjoy all that, honestly. I understand that like if you want super like actual punk stuff, it's you're going to be a little bit disappointed. But I find that all the people who claim about the punk and steampunk don't go on to make anything that's extra punky steampunk. Like, yeah, it's for me, it's a more pulpy swashbuckling. A lot of it is just like semantics. It's people get caught up in the name and they're like, this is my thing to be angry about now forever. Yippee! I love being angry on the internet. A lot of people do like being angry on the internet, though. That's not terribly uncommon. How you doing, Coven? Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? But yeah, no, I do like me some pulp. I do like me some pulp swashbuckling nonsense. So I'm a also yeah. There's also that like I haven't been to nerd cons in a while up until this January when I went to Magfest. The steampunk cosplay has definitely died out. That's for certain. Um, like it was a lot of brown goths. It was a lot of goths in leather and like brown and black. Some people would do the like I take a top hat and I put gears on it, steampunk, and that's also kind of silly. That's also kind of silly, but I also understand it's a budgetary concern. The guy who puts the gears on his thing would love to have a fully animatronic hat. It's just not really in the budget of guy who goes to conventions. I've not heard of Strange Brigade. I am digging what I'm seeing immediately. All right, I have that pulled up for later. Yeah, Dieselpunk is pretty nice too. Dieselpunk is more like yeah, like I think a lot of it kind of is like slightly Weird War esque too, which I also enjoy when it's like um World War II or like World War One gets a little funky, and there's like more mechs now, but they're all powered by just like chugging gasoline. The tech is like a little bit more wild than you're expecting, so there might be like mechs or like hover cars and shit. Very very nice, very very nice. But yeah, also with steampunk, I don't like it all the time, but there every now and then a corset hits just right. Like the latest outfit is she's wearing this outfit. This is very like fantasy of its time. This is a 2000 issue, so this is a 24-year-old issue of Dragon. Goddamn, mind flayers get sticky. Nodwick goes deep. I wonder if they were purposely making that like sexual. All these are very like even Sage Advice gets nasty, and that's just their Q&A. That's just their fucking Q&A nonsense. But yeah, like I could dig this look. I do really like the little like robot chest like little robot buddy thing. It's a very like if someone just said like just change the color scheme, this would be like a little 40k servitor. I'd be okay with that. Or maybe like a coalition one from Rifts maybe. Guy Pirate. I think I know what you're talking about, but I cannot remember the name. Also, I need to scoot myself over a little bit. I need all of you to perceive the orcs with top hats. There's just like orcs or hobgoblins with top hats, and it's very dumb, but in a way that I find very fun. And then we got Jonathan Mustache over here. Also, finally, after 24 years, we're gonna finally learn how to not play D&D. Okay, looks like we're getting the ad breaks. Let me sip, and then we'll get going. Oh God, I'm going through a lot of caffeine. Hmm. Ah. All right, ads be over. Yeah, Arcanum's on the list of games to play. So I think I picked it up on GOG ages ago. Oh, by the way, I don't did I mention this on stream? Fucking Alpha Protocol got a GOG release, and I was wanting to stream that game for a while anyway. And it's like, oh, a version that I don't have to like jump through a bunch of hoops. Oh, Crimson Skies. I was thinking of a different one, but that also tracks. But yes, let's dig in. Oh god, I love the older. By the way, this it's either this issue or next issue. The very final advertisement is a fucking flashbang. So strap the fuck in. If it's not, if sometimes these cut out some ads. If it cuts out the back ad, I need to show you what it is. It is great. So yeah, here we go. The Lost Years of Merlin. This is like, I know. Oh god, I don't. There's something about these books that are like, it's funny how just like fantasy was just kind of generic. Like, there's been generic fantasy for fucking years, and I look at this and it's just like, God, this is it's just a fucking nothing. Like, this image in my brain is just like flavor. It's like uncooked tofu. It's just like there's just no texture, nothing. What is this? I don't know. Little Merlin Adventures. There we go. We got more of the picture on the front. Also, she's got like a fucking like super gun, but the little necklace is covered in blood. There we go. This is Dragon. Go ahead and yeah, 2000. There's also something that I'm very excited for. Greyhawk 2000. So I'm very curious what they were wanting to do for like a future setting in here. Baldur's Gate 2. Oh, there we go. Hey, do you guys want? Wait, is this just actually Baldur's Gate 2? Yeah, this is just an advertisement for fucking Baldur's Gate 2 right here. Let's go. Just wild. God, I love seeing old ads. Like, I know a lot of it's just marketing bullshit from back then. IGN, and it's going to change anything. Let's go. Yeah, exactly. But like the other one was like flavorless oatmeal. And then of course you could subscribe to this. I guess you're just supposed to cut this page out, maybe. Uh oh god. Nobody likes the moral compass or the best alignment. God, this is God, it's the thing that like alignment is still getting bitched about. This is why I love going into these issues. I the fact the fact that alignment people are still doing fucking alignment debates now rattles my brain. Like that as a mechanic that mostly like technically if you really want to know D&D alignment a lot of times, or at least my take on it, what spells affect what creatures, what abilities affect what creatures, and then after a certain point, don't worry about it too hard. Like, don't think about it too hard. Um, People get into like gigantic online slap fights about like is Superman lawful good or neutral good? And the thing is, especially if you apply it to like a fictional character, there's always like so many instances of like different times because comic characters are inconsistent as fuck. Like, even there might be time like, isn't it weird that one time Batman purposely broke all that dude's arms and legs? That's a very fucked up thing for Batman, dude. That's why Batman should be neutral evil. It's like, no, okay, whatever. Yeah, I do kind of like what Pathfinder 2e did, and you just kind of have like, I'm a little rusty on the new rework of how Pathfinder 2e it's effectively the Pathfinder rework is Pathfinder 2.5, but they don't have the balls to admit it, and they're just calling it. It's just a little rework, guys. We're just kind of reworking some stuff. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're just doing a heckin' rework. But I think they basically have like tenets your character believes in instead of alignments. Also, hello, turtles. I guess welcome. Not their reworks. The character I'm playing right now has barely been touched by the rework, so I don't have strong rework opinions of it. I'm sure other people's things have gotten wildly changed. I'm kind of lukewarm on Pathfinder in general, so it's like, okay, yeah, that's fine. Pathfinder's good at Pathfinder. But yeah, there we go. There's even talking about like some folks hate alignment, consider it an unnecessarily restrictive and wholly unrealistic. There we go. More importantly, what's the best alignment? Um, I'm a big chaotic good person myself, chaotic or neutral good. But once again, this is all bullshit, and it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Oh god. So I know nothing about this game other than there's a fucking terrible, terrible theme. There's a terrible, terrible theme for Evergrace. Um, that's like one of the like worst video game like soundtracks of all time. Let's see if I can find it. I think it's like Evergrace like desert theme or something like that. God, let me see if I can pause it and find because it's It's real bad. It's real bad, everyone. I cannot stress enough how bad the Evergrace thing is. Hold on, let me. I think my favorites. But yeah, no, I like even for games I've played with alignments, I don't do that a whole lot. Evergrace, worst soundtrack. There we go. Okay, this is called the Evergrace OST experience. I assume this is going to be accurate. Let's. I'm gonna isolate YouTube. Let's just see what this sounds like. So that's Evergrace. Yeah, it definitely sounds like you took a Final Fantasy soundtrack and pushed it down the stairs, and you can hear every bone snap. It's it's one of those that like I don't get what they're going for, because like you know how like for the most part like when you make something, you have to show it to someone else. You're like, so whoever worked at like Age Tech or Agatech or whatever. I don't know how it's pronounced. I'm gonna say Age Tech. Someone at Age Tech was just like, "All right, John OST man, what do you got for this?" He's like, "I got this." Bingly, 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 bing, and like, and it was either this game was so low budget that they're like, "Fuck it, ship it," I guess, or they're like, "Yeah, no, this is unique, very good." It's like even a lot of times when something's bad, I can at least tell what they're going for, or like there's a reason. Like if I remember right, took it a water. Let's go. Hello, Ars. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Like the what's it called? There's like the famous. There's like a Resident Evil. One of the Resident Evils has like a farty basement soundtrack, and if I remember right, there's like something fucked up with the sound font. There's like something fucked up that is not supposed to sound like a collection of farts. Oh, that line. Am I wrong? The Evergrey soundtrack sounds like that. I believe it does. How you doing, Ars? We're going. I was giving everybody a taste of the Evergrace OST. Even a quiet version of it is absolute pain. It's hard for myth to spread if everyone dies. Warriors of might and magic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's like somebody put a fucking He-Man wig on Batman and they're like, this will sell our video game. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure Warriors of Might and Magic. No, it's probably terrible. Here's the thing about especially oh god, there's a Game Boy Color version. um Oh, he's gonna definitely go wrist deep. Evergrace, she called the devil music. Yeah, no, devil music is accurate for Evergrace. It's every now and then I go to like places to do like the worst video game music compilations of all time. Sonic Dark Brotherhood also has some really good, really good bad music. Um, Everything about Sonic the Dark Brotherhood is kind of amazing. It's a BioWare DS RPG about Sonic, and there's a bit of a weird thing where Chris Penders, like the guy who made like all the echidnas, were like, you know, BioWare, this plot is really similar to all of my comics. And the thing is, like, I think he has a case on this, but I also think the idea that BioWare was contracted to make a Sonic RPG, and they're like, you know, it'd be fun if we just kind of like reference them to comics, not realizing that that was going to head and cause a gigantic, big legal clusterfuck in the future. It would be like somebody making a Mario game and putting like a little like couple plot nods to like some of the old like live action stuff. Fuck Penders. I I find Penders fascinating as an individual. Some of I I I find it neat that he did present a case. Also, Jack O'Spade, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. And hello, Bad Apple. How you doing? About a pal. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're talking about Chris Penders because this keeps happening. I find it neat that he was able to successfully sue and win the legal rights to his own characters. I think that's very neat from an artistic standpoint because a lot of times, like, hey, everybody who worked on every superhero that is like a vast majority of superheroes, the licensing for them got fucked. The guys who make money off of Superman were not really the guys who made Superman the Superman. It's just unfortunate. Now, Ken Betters as an individual is weird and kind of borderline creepy. And not borderline. There's a lot of stuff that I know about some of his work that is like, this is a strange choice. Um, One that if it was isolated would be fine, but you've done several of these, so I have to be concerned. But yeah, um, it was the fucking what's it called? The fucking BioWare Sonic RPG had a lot of plot points very similar to his comics. Yeah. Apparently though, the new comic is doing great. Yeah. It probably needed to die. Like I understand that for a while the Sonic I know a lot about the Sonic comic despite not reading it because I'm as an outsider's perspective, I'm fascinated by Ken Penders and like the whole Archie comics because it's gazing into the abyss. It's just gazing into the abyss super hard. Oh yeah, no, yeah, the fucking like cuck guy and like he made a guy that was just there's also apparently another guy who sort of won the no, he didn't win the rights to his character, but he had a villain that was just like an elephant man and he tried to do merch of his own elephant man OC that was in the comic and it's like that's god, that's fucking bizarre. But you can see why I'm interested in it because it's just wild bullshit. It's just wild bullshit. Also, I always love when they do these like little like all the different authors kind of put together like these little kind of stylized things. They still do that with like oh god, was it like Inquisitor? Like the 28 mag still has like these little ones. I think so. I think a lot of these people still work in the field. I guess more or less. Yeah, Mammoth Mogul. There we go. Stars, Supernova Genesis in space. No one can hear you scheme. God, I also have a feeling that 90% of the video games advertised in Dragon Magazine, I mean, they are going to be like aimed at hyper nerds. Like, could you have advertised this game in like, I don't know, like PC Gaming Monthly or Electronic Gaming Monthly or PC I don't know. I forget the PC magazines of this era, but there's a decent amount of video game mags. Maybe, but I imagine Dragon Magazine was both cheaper and targets your specific audience like super, super well. And I'm going to skip all the mail as usual because a lot of it is very specific on era. Oh, this is kind of nice though. 35-year-old guy who just started playing for the first time. That's very sweet. Got some cryptic goose riddles, I guess. Filled with issues that the team is fighting for. Like issues of the comic or like issues as in just like weird shit. Also, this is his head is dissolving into beard. Like, I understand what they're doing with the contrast, but he is just becoming a cloud of his own beard. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they don't do that as much, but I do remember like my local Kroger growing up would have like a little shitty video game bargain bin of games. The funny thing inside of that is Rhythm Heaven. I found Rhythm Heaven in that bin. And now Rhythm Heaven for the DS, which I unfortunately don't think I have anymore, is like a fucking collector's item. Those games go for a lot, and that just blows my mind that there's a good. This also reminds. Speaking about just like shit trash games from like that are kind of ripoffs. Let me see. I remember way back. I remember way back when. For a birthday, I was given. Oh, sorry. I fucked up the name of this game. It's so generic. So I had a game. I was a GameCube boy growing up, and like GameCube had some really baller games. Everybody like everybody to this date is pretty much like yeah, F-Zero GX, a phenomenal racing game. It's a racing game that's so good that legitimately people at Nintendo, I think like Miyamoto is like, we literally cannot improve upon this, which is like, great, just fucking re-release it then. Just fucking re-release it for the Switch, goddamn. You don't have to, just do something, please. Please just do something. You keep putting Captain Falcon in Smash. Just do a thing. No, F-Zero 99 does not count. Oh yeah, Yiflin was like a Sonic guy that kind of ended up, he kind of got the dream job from what I understand. But yeah, I cannot imagine working for like Sega or something like that for like their rules. But yeah, anyway. So speaking about grocery store bargain bin games, I was given this once for I believe my birthday, and Tube Slider, Tube Slider for the GameCube. This is a console that had F-Zero on it, and I owned F-Zero at the time. I don't know why I was given this game. It was real bad. It was not good. Imagine F-Zero where the entire stage is inside a tube. And like sometimes little segments of the tube would be missing or there'd be like little boost pads and it controlled like shit. Not great. Mm. I'm gonna tuck that in the corner. I think everybody needs to enjoy just Tube Slider as a thing. I think everybody needs to drink greedily and drink deep of Tube. No, I would put Tube. Okay, no, I gotta get rid of Tube Slider, or unless I made it incredibly small. There we go. I'll put Tube Slider like right there. Excellent. Yeah, no, it's a bad idea. Like it was a game that when it was like they don't really do this anymore, but like a budget game for the GameCube, like this game brand new was $20. Um you don't really see that anymore. But yeah, no, it was I could just attach it directly to my body. You're right. You're right. Hold on a sec. All right, guys. I'm ready to get tubed. I'm going to get tubed for all of you. If I just put that on my head and don't explain anything. Excellent. I mean, those games exist, but they just don't exist on console now. That is the purview of PC, and I'm okay with that. I think that's fine. It is me certified to. I was into Tube Slider Trenches. I think I played it like 3 times, and I was like, "This is not worth the pain. This is not worth the pain." Hold on, hold on a sec, everybody. I need to read. Every now and then when I skim, every now and then when I skim through the text, I have to hold on. I need to pause the music for this because this is too good. Mind you, this is 24 years ago. Let's Uncorrupted. I'm sorry, I don't really agree with Warriors Kick Ass being printed on the front cover of Dragon is a signal that the magazine is out to corrupt the vocabulary of our youth. Is it Jejune? What the fuck is Jejune? Geune. Night. It's just a pretentious nerd word for being dry, uninteresting, or naive. I've learned a word today. Jejune. Sure, but where did people get the idea? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this is the opposite. This is somebody complaining about that. Oh, okay. So this is sorry, my bad. I misread that. I'm not. I take back the nerd voice. I'll say, hold on. Hello, Dasher. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the 14 months. Let's go. Yeah, this is the second time I've heard the word. Welcome, everybody. You now know Jejune. Okay, so this apparently I guess there's a controversy 24 years ago. You know, I'm sorry, Daniel Cross of Wayne, Pennsylvania. You did not deserve nerd voice. You were actually reasonable. Somebody apparently was like, this says kick ass on it, and I am a busybody adult, and I do not like that my child saw the word ass on a Dungeons and Dragons book. Thank you very much. But you know, Daniel Cross, you're fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're cool. You're cool. You're cool. Okay, then here's a bunch of books for the forgotten. I don't know. I think these are just books, just like books. Yeah, I know a D&D controversy. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hey, speaking of Arcanum, look, we got a fucking Arcanum advertisement. Oh, damn. Look how good that looks. Look how good this advertisement looks. Like you get to see like the little newspaper bulletin thing. So this is 2000. This is 2000. So I believe this is like D&D 3.0 was just released not that long ago. It's a very good ad. God, this is I not that I need to be sold on playing Arcanum, but this would definitely be like if I was on the fence, this would be like, yeah, I do need to play Arcanum one of these days. It's a very hardcore game from what I understand. Very, very good. And then, a convention calendar. There we go. We can go to Unicon. I wonder if these conventions still exist. Power and sensuality combined in a work that breaks through the boundaries of the imagination. Temptation Rides, presenting the first ever pewter sculpture by one of the most provocative artists of our time, the sensational Julie Bell, hand polished and hand fished to highlight every electrifying detail. So this is back when you would have to like mail in for this. Like, yes, I'm gonna actually like cut this little thing out. I'm gonna mail it in to get tits out Angel on a motorcycle. God, this is amazing. God, this is fucking amazing. This is so good. This is so good. This is definitely a business that's run out of Julie Bell's garage or somebody who commissioned Julie Bell for the original molds and then sells them out of their garage. No, it's not. As much as I'm kidding, the subject matter in the presentation is absolutely very, very funny. But no, this is a very well sculpted thing. Honestly, you could, if somebody sold this now as a mini, that would be fine. Or like if I found this on my mini factor, it'd be like, that's a good bit of cheesecake. That's a good pinup. Nice. It's just that it's an angel. She's got a chainmail bikini. She's got like a gun holster on her thigh. She's driving a motorcycle with a fucking curly ram skull demon thing on it. While there's like red lightning in the background and Temptation Rides. It's a perfect storm. Oh yeah, how much did they want for it? $39. Let me get inflation calculator. All right, so we're talking about 39 bucks in good old two of 1,000. We're just going to use January as the baseline. So that's $39, and this year, 71 bucks. 71 bucks. So yeah, that's not the worst. It says it's about 9 inches high. So like, yeah, 71 bucks for pure pewter. Pure pewter. I think that's a good setup. I think that'd be worth. Ooh, online events. The online event, this must have been wild. Like, this is 2000s internet. So like this might, I was not on the internet in 2000 because I was 10. And my family did not have that. Well, the thing is, like, technically this is like, arguably if you're buying Dragon Magazine, I don't think you were, yeah, I know. You could almost buy a Space Marine Captain for that. Wow, amazing. Oh yeah, this is when they're is there? Oh, okay. There we go. Check it out. A new D&D 3.0 RPG. This looks of all time. New character classes and races. Orc, sorcerer, barbarian, and monk, sorcerer, barbarian, half-orc. Wow. Randomized quest? Wow. That might be neat to look into. All right, there we go. I'm grasping my leg and I have this talisman. Anyway, I grew up on Dragonlance. Dragonlance is still incredibly silly. Oh god, there's a lot. I feel like there's more advertising in this one than the later issues. Maybe this is when they were. Here's another forgotten PS2 RPG. Oh shit, it's another age tech, but also from software. Wonderful visuals of an expansive new environment, teeming with fanciful monsters and fanciful magic and fascinating monsters. This looks very. I love how small the screenshots are too. Was this a? Oh god, yeah, this was early PlayStation 2. God, you're right. Oh, hi Quins, how you doing? Welcome. We're diving deep into Dragon Magazine 275. An issue I own. I don't. The thing is, I buy more tabletop books than I read. So yeah. Eternal Ring. That one actually might be worth looking into. Eternal Ring. Oh. I like now when you look up a video game from like the early 2000s, you get like 8 YouTube videos. Like, was this good? Video game in 2023. Is this good? I know that's not the year. That's when there's a lot of those were made. Oh god. More previews. Oh, there we go. A Star Wars adventure product. This is what? Yeah, I guess this is around the time episode 1 was released, so that's cool. You get to see classic. Oh god, this is the second time this book has been advertised. Stop, please. Oh god. Guys, we are like 1/3, 1/4 through this, and it still adds the devil inside. Even if you die, the show must go on. Oh my god, this looks like hot garbage. This looks like hot garbage. Ah, I think that's WEG. I think it's WEG Star Wars. I could be wrong though. Let's see, the Star Wars adventure game. It's by TSR. TSR, what? Hmm. I don't recognize which one. Oh yeah, all right, Joe, bro. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, dude, this was this. Oh god, no, this is not. So this magazine ran until right before 4th edition drops. This is like the basically 4th edition dropped. Paizo and Wizards of the Coast basically split off. Dragon Magazine became an online only thing, and then apparently stopped, and then came back, and then died again. But you know, this is like right at the cusp of 3.0 being released, which is amazing. But yeah, no, this used to be a monthly magazine, which is wild. It's funny now because D&D is like a gigantic media property. It is arguably the more famous than it's ever been, but it also is just dwarfed by the amount of like stuff people were doing for it back 24 years ago. What do you get now? I don't know. You get like one adventure book a year. Eat shit, I guess. Right, this game looks. Oh god. Okay, more order book. This is like some book fair shit that I kind of miss. Wow, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. There we go. The newest Harry Potter. 5 books for $1. I'd buy 5 books for $1. I would buy 5 books for $1. Okay, so they're still going. Age of Sail 2. Cool boats. Boats, I guess. Hmm. Okay, I'm probably gonna scoots over this article. I'm pretty sure this is. Oh yeah, no. Honestly, a singular book for $5 is a steal. 5 whole books for $1 is fucking insane now. Uh, uh, like the funny thing though, I will say, as much as I like this magazine, a lot of it can be padding. I have to imagine when D&D 5e, not 5e, when 3.0 came out, a lot of things were like, hey, buddy, hey, 2nd edition friendo, would you like to run Forgotten Realms? We don't have a book out yet officially for stats for gold elves. So here you go. We're going to print that little paragraph. Also, I like how they had got like drow male and drow female. Oh, God. So drow males get 2 stat penalties. Drow females only get 1. Let's go. While the new rules are still in edit. Oh. Does this actually predate 3.0? This might be 2nd edition still a little bit. We'll figure out how much a like. Well, they mentioned prestige classes, and I don't know if that's just them mentioning your prestige classes are cool. Yeah, no, this is late 2nd edition. Shit, you're right. Fuck. Wow, wow. Wow, all right. This is interesting. My knowledge of 2nd edition is not very heavy on Dragon Magazine. A lot of it is more settings more than anything, even though I'm very, very light. Okay, we got more advertisements. Okay, I have to do the test. Dragonscroll.com. Dragonscroll.com is an empty web page. It's just a white screen. It's just a white screen. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I just got just like a pure white page. There's nothing. Yo, this is 2000. Actually, let me check on the cover real quick, specifically in what 2000. November 2000. Yeah. 3rd edition did drop to 2001. Actually, now that you mention it. Oh god, these fucking ads are wonderful. I love them. I don't care that I'm seeing them again. Scoot for it. So yeah, this is just them promising. I could check Wayback Machine. I mean, there was that one that I bookmarked where it was still active. There was like a shop in Michigan somewhere that was advertising in Dragon magazine. They're like, we sell books. And then I checked them out last time I did one of these, and they're still active. You can only order through them through email, and I have not done that because I don't. I haven't formulated the thought of, hey, I saw you at a Dragon magazine, and you're still around. Can I order a book from you? Dork Tower, I hate Dork Tower. I'm sorry. There's very few comics from this era that I enjoy. It's Downer and Order to Stick, and everything else is basically shit. Yo, okay, there we go. Another cool video game. God, we're still deep in ad territory, apparently. The other issues I have do not have this many ads. It must have been like an early 2000s bit. RPG Maker for the PS1. I have a RPG. Guys, it's another Age Tech game. Just maybe Age Tech specifically did that. Yeah, and at a console release, I bet this game is $1 million though. Like $1 billion on eBay. Let's see. I'm curious. RPG Maker PS1. How much is this going for these days? 15 bucks? What the fuck? How? Every other fucking PlayStation game is scalped to shit. Why is this one? Why is this one like $15? I am legitimately surprised. I'm so used to every PlayStation 1 related RPG being fucking ridiculously scalped. We could all buy this. Anime Maker lets players create and animate characters from scratch. Wow. Wizards.community, that definitely does not exist. There we go. All right, now we're getting. I mean, sure, yeah. I understand. Like, it's like, yeah, you have to make your own game, but I assume that like I assume that would have been something that like would be like $300 now, like everything else roughly from that era. Yeah, but the thing is, I've looked up I should also for Quinza, I should explain a little bit. This is all these issues I'm showing on stream. I've done a couple of these are ones I actually own, and a couple of the other ones I remember reading were not this advertising dense. Like there was definitely more meat to the content. It also, to be fair, because there's an edition change, and it's like we don't have that much material. Like we can't really do mechanical like crunch. We can't do a prestige class fluff filling. Fuck it, ads. Fuck it, ads. Ads will make us money. Yeah, it was definitely around this time. But for people who do not know what's steampunk, let's find out. Let's find out what it is. Steampunk is a genre of fiction based around the imaginary age of steam shortly after the Industrial Revolution, when technological progress began changing the world. Steampunk fiction is about the wonders of technology and an era before society learned to mistrust the fruits of science. Even more so. Yeah, then we get the usual Victorian stuff. Lord Darcy novels. All right, there we go. Let's learn about the steampunk campaign. Listen. One item of advanced technology that bears special attention is the gun. Sorry, I just love the way that's like, I mean, they're not wrong. I think steampunk does precipitate guns being more common, but we've kind of also just like hit that. It's interesting to see how like fantasy has advanced. I think we're at the point now where like not very many people like blink when you say, "Oh yeah, my D&D setting has guns in it." That used to be pretty contentious, or like it used to be a selling point. Like the Iron Kingdoms, which was before it was became War Machine, was a D&D 3.0, 3.5, I forget which, setting book. And the kind of draw of that was like, hey, there's steampunk robots and guns. And that was like the thing it sold itself on. There's a lot more fun stuff in that setting. I do like it a lot. But I feel like if you were just going to be man who buys role-playing game supplement in 2000s, that would be like, ooh, a gun. But you know, let's talk about like it's very quaint. I find steampunk nostalgic now, which shows that the rot in my brain is fully seeped in. All right, let's find out how to do a steampunk campaign. And you need gun. Also valid. I think you should combine both though and make a gun that fires magic. Oh yeah, I mean that's Dasher. How you doing? I don't know if I did a proper hello, but if I did not, hello. I mean, those are all very good options too. I do like me a kind of classical feeling campaign, though. I don't know what I'd be like. What would be like the ideal fantasy power tech level for me? I do. I'm kind of. It's very easy to sell me on any. Really, it sounds like I have no preferences, but like I feel I'm more like as a shapeshifting man, like a shapeshifting person thing. Like I can adapt very quickly to a lot of stuff. I do kind of I like it when it's a little grungier though, and a little kind of like hard scrabble and grim, but not like grim dark. I mean, I know I do Warhammer stuff. I do a lot of Warhammer painting. If people don't know, but I like it when there's like just enough hope to keep going. Like I prefer it when it's like everything sucks, but like, hey, if no one will make it better unless you do something about it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Prince, exactly. I agree with you. All right, let's find out how to do a steampunk campaign. Oh, there we go. Get a technology page of the whichever edition of Dungeon Master's Guide is out. Steampunk technology is almost entirely mechanical. Yep. Weird science. All technology comes from somewhere. Large cities with factories and foundries to turn raw materials into finished machines. That means wealthy business people in guilds turning a profit, perhaps at the expense of the workers they employ. Hey, wow, the punk and the steampunk. Steam Age cities might be dirty and downtrodden as Charles Dickens's London, or maybe a shiny and clean modern utopias made possible by the power of science and technology, although possibly with a dark underbelly hidden beneath all the glitter. Imagine taking Greyhawk or Forgotten Realms and then giving them more advanced Steam Age technology, which I'm pretty sure I don't know Greyhawk has much that would be classified as steampunk. Forgotten Realms I feel like has a couple. Or imagine what would happen if the gnomes of Dragonlance were able to get some of their grand inventions to work properly. I love this because Dragonlance is basically was forgotten. Like even a couple years like into third edition, Dragonlance stopped being something anyone cared about. Yeah, they could have put the like the Arcanum article, like advertisement, like right before this, but instead the previous one was like, "Cool RPG maker, all right, sure, buddy, that's fine." All right, then talking about how yeah, you got trains, got some steamships, motorized carriages, get some horse-drawn carriages. Nothing about this article is particularly. I also have to think too. A lot of this is like sometimes I forget that I've been around the block fantasy wise for a while, and I do have to imagine if like a couple of people that are like you're a nerd in 2000, maybe you're like I don't know somewhere between 15 to like 22, something like that. You've played like maybe a D&D campaign or two. You killed some goblins, you swashed some buckles, and then when they're like, "Oh, look at the you like you know you could put a train in your game," and someone's like, "Oh fuck, I could put a train in my game." Whoa. Whoa, or yeah, maybe they've never heard of steampunk because they did not have internet access. Like, if you don't have internet access, the idea of like, hey, how about you put a gun in your fantasy? Some people might be like, whoa, shit. Oh, there we go. And then talking about how, like, if you have ranks in healer profession, you might be a licensed doctor. You might not need clerics. You might do doctor things. Wow, and I like they're still mentioned it like, yeah, magic's probably better, but hey, communication, get you some good old punch cards. I love me a good old punch card. Cameras, photographs, gaslights for homes and city streets, clocks and watches, and then there we go. God created man, but carnal cult made them all equal. Can't remember if that's actually how that quote goes, but that's good enough. I don't know. As somebody who does admittedly really love Magitech, I do appreciate that kind of like leaning too heavy into one side dulls your ability to communicate with the other. I know that this uses a balancing factor a lot because like sometimes you might get like a rift situation where it's like, what are you? I'm a mage in power armor with a mega damage gun. Eat shit. Or like Shadowrun. If Shadowrun didn't have the essence thing, imagine being a mage with full on like cybernetics. Yeah, you cast fireball in like a late night street, and you ignite every fucking gas lamp. Oh, that'd fucking explode. Let's see, yeah, I think did the Dungeon Master. Yeah, I think the Dungeon Master's Guide did have like an optional gun section. And then they're talking about like God, before they figured out what they wanted to do with guns, it's just like you get into the fiddly nerd bullshit where it's like, okay, so if you're not wearing metal armor, clearly your AC doesn't help against guns as much. And it's like, I understand. I fully understand that this is also the like more so than now, the era of the pedantic realism nerd was very strong. So they're like, well, clearly if you have normal plate mail, it's going to provide protection against guns. But realistically, it should only be half. Mm-hmm. That's a realistic arbitrary decision I made. Leather armor would never do anything against guns. No one has ever been protected from a bullet by leather. Clearly you don't get any armor bonus. That's me. I'm a nerd that knows about firearms. And around this, like, like, I'm sure military nerds exist, like, definitely have always existed. I have a feeling this was just done by someone who's just like, yeah, I think I know how guns work. I think I know who guns are. Yeah, no one ever protects you from leather. Wisdom-based weapons. I don't know what you'd be. I guess it'd be like a perception-based thing. Yeah. No, I don't even. They basically did a very cheap thing where they're like, "Hey, just look at the DM guide. Look at the DM guide and look at these feats, motherfucker. We're switching editions. We do not want to write mechanics. Do your own research." I think those guns are mostly like muskety. The thing is, a lot of early D&D guns sucked dick, like real bad. Hey, there we go. One a +2 revolver. How about a pocket watch with the abilities of a wand of suggestion? Oh, there we go. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We get some suggestions from Magitech. A typewriter that writes whatever is said following a particular command word or phrase, such as take a letter. Okay, that's a thing. Strange chemical compounds for potions, concocted in modern laboratories and possibly delivered via injection as well as ingestion. That's fluff. That's just entirely fluff. Ooh, Magitech fax machine. Whoa. How you doing, Mini Dow? How you doing? We're back in the Dragon magazine mines. We're learning about steampunk. Clockwork golems fitted with gears to allow them to move? That's nothing. Game that's nothing. That's just a description, whatever. Vehicles like the apparatus Aqualish designed. Okay. Machines that fold up like a folding boat. And enchanted mirrors called televisions that show popular entertainment. Whoa, that'd be amazing. God, that's very silly. I know what they're doing there. I know what they're doing. Oh yeah, what do you guys posted that outhouse mimic photo, which is a thing. Listen, I'm not responsible. Every mimic, I'm not responsible for every mimic. Some of them like to do their own thing. Magic and technology might peacefully coexist in a steampunk world. And this is kind of sounds like what they're doing. Also, apparently, they really like this like Reynold Garrett's Lord Darcy series. They mention that a lot. Like, let me see. Reynold Garrett, Lord Darcy. Do these have actually magic in them? Okay, apparently it is it's an alternate history steampunk thing where which King John never reigned, and most of the Western Europe and Americas are united in the Angevin Empire, whose continental possessions were never lost by that king. So it's basically where like America never split off. It's you kind of got that Code Geass thing where it's like, I held Britannia. Gotta go in there. Mimic pop. Well, the nice thing about the mimic population is they could just hide and chill out. Oh, Mini Dow, you missed it. There was straight up there was straight up a Arcanum advertisement earlier. Okay, this is page 45. Okay, I can come back to it if I need to. Let's see if I can find that Arcanum advertisement. It's very easy to recognize. Check it out. Look, check it out. Arcanum, baby. Excellent. Good shit. All the good shit. And yeah, they're kind of doing the like pretty typical, like, maybe magic has been around for a while. Maybe magic is new. Or maybe the steampunk is new. Oh, there we go. Oh, maybe this is the funny thing is like this line right here. For example, divination spells might make the widespread use of non-detection and similar countermeasures necessary to ensure privacy. Spells like teleport and dimension door might be forbidden in certain areas. This is actually kind of like Aberon is a very neat setting in that it is a setting based pretty heavily around the mechanics of D&D 3.5, but in like a what would a universe look like when people can like create continual flame? Or like the working class low level wizards that just do little trinket bits. I was listening to a system mastery podcast. They did an episode on Krull, which is a movie I've seen and enjoyed. But they're talking about the idea where it's like the idea of a like I didn't even think of it when I watched Krull a lot. Like Krull's a very goofy movie that's very fun, but it's not like a big think. But the idea of like you just take a fantasy setting and have it invaded by like sci-fi aliens, but like make sure the sci-fi aliens have no magic whatsoever. I think that would be fun. That would be a fun campaign to run, you know? You're just in like very Arthurian legend. You're like, oh, you got wizards and kings and goblins and trolls, and then fucking like a space empire ship lands and like, all right, we're taking over. We're taking over. I was like, oh, that sounds like fun. Castle Falkenstein did it better. I don't know if I know Castle Falkenstein. That name sounds familiar. The name sounds familiar, but I'm blanking out. I'm getting a lot of like quote unquote research. Oh, oh, a steampunk themed fantasy roleplay. Oh, hey, Mike Pondsmith worked on this. Okay. Oh, okay. Is this also a fucking isekai? When computer game designer Tom Olan found himself sorceressly shanghaied by a rogue wizard and a fairy. Oh, huh. Huh. It's a novel. It's a game. It's both. Good to look into this shit now. This sounds fucking wild. As a wage eater human. I mean, that's kind of what the mage rights in Eberron are, where it's like, hey, somebody like imagine you're a guy that knows because like mending. Oh, he's the narrator, dude. Ah, gotcha. I have that. Okay, I'll definitely have to look. That's the premise of that sounds neat. But yeah, it's like a lot of the cantrips of 3.5 and like even the first level spells are like, if you want to industrialize, it seems pretty banging. And then of course you got like how would classes be affected? Oh wow, fighters become maybe fighters got gun. Paladins. None of these are interesting. Paladins could become holy warriors acting as the militant arm of a church. Or they might be sworn to act as peacekeepers and law enforcement officers. That's just paladins, my dude. I'm sorry, you're like, what if paladins were paladins? Huh? What if fighters were soldiers? Whoa, what a shock. What you're blowing my mind with the suggestions, Dragon Magazine circa 2000. God, you fucking guess might. I mean, that would be fun. That would be fun, but they don't really they I guess they're talking about like okay. The second part is kind of neat when they're talking about like an elite military corps of paladins. The like the Queen's fucking paladin guard. Which I mean is that's kind of pretty common. That's not that surprising. That's not that surprising. Yeah. And then of course like okay, oh there we go, bringing rangers into the old west when the environments get kind of pushed away. Paladin seals aim. Don't agree, but paladins would be kind of fun. It's like listen, you're in a fantasy setting. If for the most part it's pretty peaceful. Heroes are in short supply. So when a goblin like when like a werewolf enters a city, somebody has to deal with that shit, and that's you. Maybe you got a crossbow, maybe you don't. Let's find out. They're kind of they're a lot of these are all doing the very typical like oh yes when the steampunk becomes big the nature becomes small so they're probably like druids are gonna also be given the exact same thing as rangers a bit like there's a little bit of that there we go into the ether there we go oh hey cool they're bringing spelljammer back there we go there's actually like a couple of like I know a steampunk RPG that has like space trains. Which is funny because now there's that fucking like Genshin Impact RPG with like the it's like it's oh yeah it's Honky Star Rail. I know it's Honkai. It's fun to say Honky sometimes. Hmm. To be fair though, if you're leaning pretty heavily on the pulp, a good space adventure where it's like, what are you? I am a well-to-do gentleman. I got my pistol, I got my cutlass, I got my butler. He's from some indeterminate country, but he's built like a fucking log and will beat your face in with his gigantic fist and very stern mustache. We have a lady who's got like a robot spider on her back and like fucking art guns, and we're on some distant planet fighting lizardmen. While our companion, who is a good lizardman with 4 arms, is stabbing the fuck out of the bad lizardmen who are wanting to sacrifice our lady companion to their dark god. Like that sounds like fun. I love that shit. Fetch me my shotgun. I love pulp so much. I'm going to be real. I think it's because pulp, like, I know there is cynical pulp out there, but I think for the most part, like, I love where I love that kind of like go get 'em attitude, and like everybody's having fun and it's about the adventure and the excitement. And I think pulp does that very, very well. And not that every pulp thing needs to be brain dead, mind you, but like there's something about like in my brain the platonic ideal of a grand adventure works very, really well with pulp. And I think, and even like a lot of pulp tropes, I think kind of like play towards that. Yeah, get the fighting. God, what was the fucking guy that had the fighting trousers song? I know this is gonna be a little cringy. I know it's like there's like something to Gentleman Rhymer. I didn't listen to a lot of him back when I was a nerd in high school, but I did listen to a lot of Doctor Steel, which I don't think Doctor Steel was really steampunk necessarily, but he was definitely like of a similar ilk. He was like parallel to that kind of thing. I still think Doctor Steel fucks, but like I have to listen to him in small doses. I cannot plow through a Doctor Steel album, but you know what? I can do one Doctor Steel song every time. Professor Elemental, thank you. That's the one I was trying to think of. Thank you. No, there's another one too. Professor Elemental, I do think he was definitely the one that did Fighting Trousers. There's also like be like the gentle. There's like it's like the Gentleman Rhymer. Let's see, Mr. B, the gentle. Oh god. Oh god. I. It's oh god. I think this guy was pioneering or was like a big person was called Chap Hop, which is like twee British fucking like kind of poetry rap. Oh god. Why did I don't get embarrassed about that. I guess I didn't listen to a lot of this guy growing up, but like I saw this picture and I caused myself psychic damage. Like it's fucking this hurts. I can deal with everything else I've been reading up until tonight. Something about this particular thing is actively causing me physical pain. It's because it's like a guy cosplaying as your dad. Like, oh god, oh god, the Chap trilogy. Jesus Christ, I got to get this off screen. It's actively harming my soul. It is actively harming my soul. There we go. Then it's talking about wizards and shit. I thought this. Yeah, good God, the white people, gross. Imagine. Unless that's like how you do it. I'm inflicting mental harm because of Be the Gentleman Rhymer. Uh, God, a lot of this is filler content. I was expecting. I guess also I think I'm think of Dragon Magazine a lot more fondly. A lot of this is like maybe wizards go to Steampunk University. Uh, maybe rogues do criminal pickpocket things in a steampunk city. Uh, maybe bards are okay. Bards being in like silent films is very fun, and diplomats. This is actually fun. Oh, the monks know the secrets of the East, or they can be native to the local campaign setting. There we go. There we go. This is very of the time. All right, Steam. Okay, there we go. Talking about yep, a lot of London talk. Man, okay, I might skip ahead a little bit on this. There we go. Wild unexplored lands, the frontier. All right, let's see. Okay, recommended reading. Okay, you got Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. You got Charles Dickens. Alan Moore. Okay, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is kind of roughly steampunky. Very, very good. Jules Verne. Pretty much all the classics. All the classics. All right, let's see. Let's see what their steampunk adventures are like. Elementary, my dear. The characters are consulting detectives working for a variety of clients to solve crimes and pitting their wits against Sherlock Holmes. Baritsu. Oh yeah, no, I've heard of Baritsu, but it's been a fucking while. Yeah, I mean, Dishonored is a little bit more advanced than Steampunk, but I think it tracks very well. I do think that tracks very well. We haven't had like a landmark steampunk property in a good while, actually. Now I think about it. Oh, hold on, the YouTube side is being covered up. There we go. We haven't had one of those for a while. Yeah, it's oh yeah, because it's like funky, like magical whale oil. But I think it's got like the idea whale punk. Oh, Striker, how you doing? Welcome. How you doing? We're going through an old issue of Dragon, and so far it seems to be very, 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 very surface level steampunk stuff. Like to the point where I kind of wondered why they bothered. But there we go. Okay, here we go. For Queen Country, the great game of espionage offers countless opportunities for characters to go against rival spies of other nations, working to protect the interests of their homeland using the powers of magic and technology. Okay, that sounds very fun. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds very, very, very fun. Like doing sort of like doing dungeon delving as much, where you're like, okay, you're part of Nation A. Nation B is up to some shit. You need to stop them. I do like that stuff. It's all good, Mini Dow. Best of luck at the 40k game. Hopefully you win. Hopefully you win. Everybody give Mini Dow your energy to crush at 40k. And then you get the age of exploration and the maybe like the journey to the center of the earth, kind of like, oh, dinosaurs, Lost World stuff. And then that's kind of neat, the idea of like kind of mixing in a little bit of Planescape with steampunk stuff. I mean, Planescape is kind of steampunky a little bit, not a huge amount, but like I think it's not. It would. I think even if you up the tech level of Sigil just a tiny bit, I don't think it'd be that fucking wild. Also, Striker, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. Or Strength 163 Yiker. No, I think it's Striker. I imagine War Machine Striker. That I know that's like the Curdle Striker spelling. I don't know. I don't know if that's what you're going for. If not, understandable. Yeah, the Prussians. Or you could do like the typical like, oh, this is a totally an analog for like 1800s Germany, but maybe they're all dwarves. Just like, that was a bit. Listen, I read Striker right away because I'm used to that spelling. If you're not used to fucking War Machine, I can see that throwing a cog in someone's brain. Do not worry, I was just teasing. Yeah, I think how it is though. I do think the Queen Country would be like, I think this is the kind of paragraph that when I read it, it activates my GM. From like, oh, I could see there being a Striker Beyblade. Hey, May, what are you linking? What nonsense? Oh, that's from fucking Brave Aaron. I'll have to look at that later. How you doing, hey, May? How you doing? I know that show has rotted your Fujo brain. We're reading November 2000 issues of Dragon magazine. Wow. There we go. Oh god. Oh. Greyhawk 2000. Now I was curious about what the fuck they were gonna do for this one. Oh, let's get. We got an ad break. So let's go ahead. Let me go ahead and big sipping while we ease into this. Ah, there we go. Some getting some good stretches in. All right, let's go. It's the God. Do you know what's the funny thing right now? Is like this is or no, there's a couple of mecha that is not yaoi. A lot of it is like Kenzen Robo Daimi Dowler is not yaoi. It is mostly ecchi with the best robot design of all time. Let's see. Die me dollar. In my best robot design, I mean this robot looks like a fucking train wreck, and I love it. Has to, it has to. I think it's a masturbation joke. I'm pretty sure it's a masturbation. I'm trying to see if I can find a good picture of it. The, it is like a mecha that was powered by boners prior to Darling in the Franxx being a thing. Is Yuri. Is there like I feel like I should know more Yuri mecha shows, but I cannot think of it. I cannot think of Yuri mecha shows. Everybody, look at this robot from Dimey Dollar. Isn't it beautiful? The design is so fucking bizarre. I love it to pieces. Like in my brain, this is a masturbation joke. This is a masturbation joke for reals. This has to be. Like, I mean, it's been a while since I saw this series. Like I said, it's literally like there's a guy pilot and there's a girl pilot. And the basically the stronger the boner the guy pilot gets, the more etchy power he has. And some people are listen, some people are lefties. Some people are lefties when it comes to that sort of thing. It's a personal preference. But yeah, also while saying like etchy mecha show isn't the most is it probably not the greatest sell. I need to let you know that it has some of the best comedy grunts of all time. This is just a little detour before we go back into the content. It's going good, Nessuck. I'm selling Kenzen Romo Dimey Dollar to everyone. Also Dragon Magazine, I guess. Like, the enemies are penguins with like forward tail. They got front tails, and the thing is, like, they're villains, but they're incredibly comically like goofy. Like they're not threatening. They're not threatening, but they're just like funny little guys. They're just goofy little lads. Oh yeah, that's Tube Slider for the Nintendo GameCube. I was told to put it on my head because we were talking about it earlier. It's very good. It was too good. It's very good. How am I degenerate when this exists? Because that's why. Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea. I'm gonna. You know, Tube Slider, you had a good run. I not only did I watch it, I recommend it. It's one of those shows that I objectively, it's probably like not great. It's not great. Oh yeah, is it Mazinger where symmetrical docking comes from? Symmetrical docking. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Speaking of Yuri, so God, this article is amazing. So I saw. Oh yeah, no, Tube Slider is the worst F-Zero clone you've ever seen. I was given to it for my birthday, and it was a shit game. It was during that era where you could just receive a shit game, and you're like, well, that's all you get. That's the game you're gonna get for several months. Enjoy your Tube Slider, Hal. And I'm like, oh God. Hmm. So I saw Greyhawk 2000 when I was looking at the cover of this, right? Amy, do not do that. That is the wrongest opinion you've ever had, and that's including liking Star Wars Episode 8. It's wronger to like Sword Art Online. But so I saw Greyhawk 2000, and when I see stuff like that, I think futuristic. Like I was thinking, like, oh, this is gonna be like super future, like fucking laser guns and spaceships and shit like that that kind of play on the theme. And I forgot I forgot that this was made in 2000. Greyhawk 2000 is a contemporary D&D. This is contemporary D&D. Like this is fucking like the D20 modern, but earlier. So like you got fucking zombies with fucking business suits, but you still got like dungeon punk. Like this is a style that has kind of fallen out of favor. It was sort of called dungeon punk, where it was sort of like a lot of leathers and belts and pouches. It's like if like a Liefeld adventure got toned down a little bit, but it is very leathercore and like covered in gut dungeon gear. There we go. With a little imagination, you can bring your campaign world into the modern day of 2000 for a fresh take on the D&D experience. There we go. Keep in mind that things may stay the same as much as things change, assuming magic is immutable. Okay, so yeah, so it's basically, I think it's taking the idea that like rogues can fucking, oh yeah, no, like hold on, like I think like especially if we're talking about like belts. The iconic sorcerer, like everybody's like, hey, Lulu, like Lulu from Final Fantasy X is very like belt core. Now, may I present the iconic D&D 3.5 sorcerer? When I say iconic, I mean this is like the sample character. You play D&D 3.5, you want to see what a sorcerer looks like. We have gone so beyond belt dress that his belts extend from just slightly below his tits and then go all the way down to his goddamn shoes. He's got a singular pant leg over one of those belt legs. You have to assume there's more belts underneath. And then his shoes have belts around them. Would you say that's kind to Twinks? Because I feel like that he has to take 8 hours putting on his belts every morning. I think that's a cruelty. I think that's a cruelty to inflict that many belts upon someone. That's too many goddamn belts. That's so many belts. Yeah. It definitely does. Okay, it's also doing that theme of like, there we go. Hmm. Okay. So this is weirdly enough, I feel like as I'm skimming over this feels more thought out. This feels more thought out than what's it called? The steampunk bit, because they're actually like, let's think about like a bit more of what would be changing. So like, how will people change? How will the religion change? Stuff like that. Um the heightened stockiness is certainly a genetic quality, but is there any disinclination towards magic part of nature, or is it cultural bias? Oh, that's cool. Also, we get a fucking Greyhawk like city map, which is kind of neat. Oh god, yeah, the kind of person who's like, have you guys seen those things? I don't really follow kink blogs or whatever, but I follow people that occasionally do, and they'll post something from them, like the kind of person that's like, yeah, yeah, I'm gonna fuck you so hard, you're gonna need that safe word. It's like, you don't you don't understand what a safe word is, buddy, do you? The safe word is, you're making us uncomfortable and you need to stop. It's just like saying, yeah, we're gonna have sex so bad you're gonna ask me to quit. Like, it's so it's very silly. It's really silly. You know, he's a sorcerer, to be fair. My feed is also corrupted by degenerates. Fair point. I have a relatively tame Twitter feed, but I still can't open it in public because I am following some people like Minky. So like, not that anything's wrong with Minky, but like if I'm browsing like in a line, I have to be aware that a triangle butthole could approach me at any time, and I need to be on guard. This is kind of neat, I guess. This is oh yeah, there's a I'm friends with a VTuber named Minky Yu. He is a typically a pornography artist, but he's also really big into tabletops. We talk about Japanese tabletop games a lot. I'm gonna be running Sword World at some point for him and some other people. Yeah, every now and then, yeah, the deep shape discourse. Yeah, I think my if you go to my Twitter, which by the way, ha 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 ha, if you'd like to do that, my Twitter is relatively safe. Like, I don't think I like or reblog anything particularly questionable on there. But this is, oh, so they're basically saying like, hey, if you took Greyhawk and you age it to the modern day, half elves and half orcs might not really be just half like one-off kind of like half species offshoots. They will eventually maybe turn into their own thing. I don't know if calling them Sylvan and the Breed was a good idea. I can understand Sylvan as like, yeah, humans and elves just eventually intermingle for a while. Tell me how old you are, how reblock. Wait, what? Nande. I cannot imagine like, yeah, I'm a breed. I am a breed. My third uncle was a half orc. Yeah, I mean, the '90s into the 2000s was not a very cutoff. Yeah, I guess the idea was trying to be like, what if we owned the phrase half breed? But that's also still a very '90s thing. See, there we go. The player character might have changed in other ways, moving farther away from each other. For instance, the Greyhawk 2000 setting includes halfling separatists, much maligned and mistreated weefolk, who finally got fed up with being considered silly little people of no consequence, who have developed into a closed xenophobic society. So they're saying that like maybe that I first misread separatists as racists. I was like, I like the implication that like, yeah, maybe in Greyhawk 2000 all halflings become racist. Like, oh boy. It is funny, like if you do see a setting that tries to make halflings edgier, usually they default to cannibalism. There's a lot of settings with cannibal halflings, a lot of them. Um, but the implication that like no, my setting will have edgy halflings by making them all racist is fucking wild. Oh god, do I look like a pastry? Yeah. Yeah, this maybe we make halflings cannibal racist. They have 8,000 slurs for tall people and they will eat you. Excellent. And then they're doing and then like, you know, maybe the elves retreat to their own elven kingdom. That would be kind of fun though. You just have like a modern day setting and then it's like, oh, I'm gonna go a vacation to Elftopia. And it's like, yeah, we didn't want to deal with any of that technology bullshit. So it's just elves. You just got elven glades and whatnot, and you got tourists who maybe sneak in or just like taking photos. Once again, this is not the cover story, but it's better thought out. Like the cover story is like, hey, if steampunk, maybe paladin city guard question mark. Meanwhile, this one is like, hey, maybe politics would change in Greyhawk in a quote unquote modern day setting. Yeah, Elven Amish sounds kind of great. You're like, oh, those elves are a little weird, but you know what? They make really bitchin' limbus bread. Whenever I go to the Elvish market, I like to get bread and I like to get jam, and I add it to my charcuterie boards, and it's really nice. Okay, how you doing? How you doing again? Also, congratulations on your streak. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm sorry, what? I I briefly skimmed over. They're talking about the idea of like, what if you took a dwarf empire and advanced it into the future? And I just read the dwarves refuse to manufacture or even use dimensional accelerator weapons. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, let me read the rest of that, maybe. How you doing, Prim? How you doing? We're going over Dragon Magazine issue 275, aka pre 3.0, where they're talking about like what is steampunk? What if Greyhawk in the modern era of 2000? See, Empire, blah, 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 Dwarven Empire, inherently non-magical, so they advanced. Talking about, okay, the dwarves are still leaders in heavy industry, but lag behind. Okay, this is basically going like Shadowrun now, like advancing into Shadowruns that have taken a society, and then yeah, no, this is yeah 3.0. God, what the fuck? Yeah, no, this is like late second edition. You won't find dwarven laptops, but they have all but cornered the market on steel heavy mechanics like construction equipment and train engines. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, there we go. A fancy dwarven car from 1917. There we go. And it's just taking all a lot of this is kind of deep in the weeds of Greyhawk. I'm not the most knowledgeable about Greyhawk, if I'm going to be honest. But it's like, okay, there we go. So we're advancing religions, like maybe the different relationships would change, maybe. Are the gods timeless and unchanging, or do gods kind of move along with the worshippers? You know, reasonable stuff to ask. Okay, there we go. Are these might be new gods. And not in Kabulos. There we go. This is a Greyhawk. This is a Greyhawk god. Okay, this is the god of plague, sickness, and famine. There we go. Looks like he got a edgy. Yeah, in the Greyhawk wiki, he's got like a creepy Nurgle eye as his like icon, and now he's got like a fucking high tech 2000s era icon. Fuck yeah, let's go. They don't have enough lap for the laptop. Well, the implication. This is like a part two to the idea. It's like, yeah, you could. What if you take D&D advance it to steampunk? What if you took Greyhawk and advance it to modern day? So it's not quite cyberpunk. It's not quite cyberpunk, but then there's like it's like what if like what are the setting wise implications of moving a setting forward, which is neat. A lot of this I'm kind of skimming over. Yeah, yeah, I think my brain actively refuse. Like now that I've kind of looked at Inkabulos, Inkabulos, it's a type of fantasy word that is like the naming conventions for how we do fantasy and how like Biori and Inkabulos are very different. Like they don't read now. They're talking about. Oh, there we go. Of course. Bjorn's most commonly depicted form has changed slowly from a rotund middle-aged woman to a young, athletic wood nymph. She is often depicted nude or wearing simple garments made of leaves. So it's basically saying like the god of nature has become like sexy in the modern era. Yeah, she's a sexy modern god. Oh, but maybe eco-terrorism? God, there is something about eco-terrorism that is very, very fun. Like it's eco-terrorism as a thing is like I assume eco-terrorism still happens, but that's a very 90s, early 2000s concept. I'm an anthropologist. We're going over Dragon Magazine. And currently the idea of like, what if you took a D&D god and you made it, you advanced it to the modern era of 2000? All right. Then we're getting a lot of stuff. There we go. The Chute, this magic-driven dimensional accelerator transport system. So basically, they made a magical subway in this theoretical Greyhawk 2000. Okay, so that's what the fucking dimensional accelerator was. So it's technically the year 2000, but they used the magic to make like magic trains. Yeah, that tracks. That's kind of neat. Yeah, I mean, I get where you're going for Striker. Like the funny thing when I saw 2000, I was expecting sci-fi because when I see someone do that, it's like an ironic thing. Them using Greyhawk 2000 is like, yeah, a modern day Greyhawk is like, oh, okay. And then they're talking about dimensional accelerator weapons. It basically sounds like they also figured out how to make railguns, which is kind of neat. And the E98 Devil Raptor. Oh, it's about fantasy military aircraft. An hello cooler suit. Dungeons and Dragons. I hardly know what. I'm usually down for that kind of thing. Except I'm fucking baffled. Okay. All right. Hey, military nerds, here we go. This is a magical fighter jet. It can exceed Mach 3 with a maximum service ceiling of 90,000 feet. Wow. It has twin-linked railguns and 2 air-to-air missile racks firing laser-guided high-explosive armor-piercing missiles. 6 smart bombs sit in a spatially compressed bomb bay. Phase assistance allows the pilot to shift in and out of phase with the material plane. Holy shit. Okay, so this plane is not only modern day, apparently, it's also fucking can dimensional travel. Okay, that fucks. Oh, that fucks. I mean, if you do have the ability to enchant shit, why not enchant a fire jet? This is an image that I still believe goes very hard. This still goes very, very hard. That does fuck. There's some things that are timeless, and I think watching a jet plane fight a dragon is in there. I think they're basically trying to say we had cast the spell Blink on a fire jet, but we don't want to say it. It also has infrared and radar masking, and it's got a feather fall ejection system. Okay, that's cute. That's cute saying that the ejection system is feather fall. I like that. There we go. You got permanent magical protection from cold, fire, lightning, and evil. Guys, This fighter jet, the Devil Raptor, has protection from evil cast on it, and that is the raddest shit ever. At least one of the 12 the Devil Raptors can cast a dimensional door, so you can go super fast, and some can be fully invisible, and some of them might fire magic missiles. Okay, everything else about this is like, I'm skimming over. It's hard to look at these and just straight up read an article. Like I consider these like shallow dives, the opposite of a deep dive. But this still fucks. This still fucks real good. It's fun to say that a jet plane has a magic missile rack. I love that. Of course, talking about, hey, maybe you don't need knowledge computers. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, there we go. Oh, now we're getting into. I guess they were either starting early or this was just hold on. I have to know exactly. When did 3.5 come out? 3.0 come out. D&D 3.0 release date. I need to figure exactly when that came out. Oh. Okay, guys. So this is specifically, this helps narrow the time frame. This was released a month after D&D 3.0. So that's what's weird about it. So it's not that this so the mechanics are technically available, but some people might not have updated. There we go. For 4,000 gold, you can get a gun that deals 5d8 damage, which is fucking insane. With a rage, this is some fucking riff shit. Shining Queen by Cleo. That sounds like something I'd be into. Also, another one, Nikosune. How you doing? Welcome. That looks pretty banging. 100% stopping power, 0% muttered incantations. Advertising slogan for an SG-12F shotgun. You know what? Fuck yeah, let's go. God, this is another very 2000s. Oh, so this is okay. Now we're going into the future, I guess. We're just Miss Crypt. I'm gonna be real. Listen, D&D 5th edition dumbed down a lot of shit. Things being able to crit for ×3 or ×4 damage is fucking stupid, because I'm going to be real. It was incredibly easy to min-max that shit. Yeah, I crit on a 16, and then I'm gonna one-shot everything. What of it? Yeah, this is kind of like Shadowrun Rifts-ish. Oh, this is just how about Renaissance? Guys, the cover is about fucking the age of steampunk, and they have an entire goddamn like 1 paragraph, 2 paragraph, 3 paragraphs that is the exact same thing that was presented as the main selling point. There must have been no communication. They must have had the entire staff be like, how about you do like alternative like technology D&D settings? And some guy was like, yeah, what if you did like I'll just do real general purpose stuff. Because they even mentioned like fucking Arthur Conan Doyle and Jules Verne. Basically, it's the exact same talking points. And then modern magic is literally the past article you read. This is what I'm talking about. Where like, I love Dragon Bags. This is filler content. None of this means anything. Post-apocalypse. This is just riffs. I'm gonna skip riffs. Do you like fantasy? And you want to post-apocalypse riffs? Elements of a hero. The heroes of the lost years of Merlin brought to. Oh, this is also an ad. Hold on. This is page 58. Guys, we gotta go back. This was an advertisement in the front of the book. What's worse? Yeah. What's truly more punk than recycling content? This is just. This is just an advertisement for a book talking about how cool a true hero must be. Goddamn. Also, I love it when they stat up anybody, because like level 12 is insane for D&D. Like that is stupidly powerful, and this is just the protagonist. This is a book series I will never read, so we're skipping through all this. Guys, okay, hold on. Can we appreciate how square this stone giant's head is? I get he's a stone giant. I understand that stone giants are typically kind of built kind of like that. No, we're not going to kukris or like pick fighting. God. Like, you could a hairline would imply he has hair. This is just brick. He is just square. Oh, this picture's very good. This picture is very good. It's like this fucking half orc bard is about to sing fucking Wonderwall, and this very typical like medieval hippie woman with like a bunch of twigs in her hair is just like she's there for him, but is not particularly jazzed. Halfling paladins might seem a little strange, but for some people, the idea of a dwarf wizard is simply unthinkable. For many years, arcane spellcasting was considered a unique domain of more magical races. It seems, yeah, James Wyatt, still doing shit. A lot of people who worked on Dragon are legitimately still in the industry. Let's see, what has he been up to? What was he up to? He worked on the Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica. Okay. He also was one of the co-lead on the Ravnica. Okay, he also worked on the Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. Okay, this guy has made D&D books as of like 3 years ago. Did they not pay this man? Of course. I mean, I don't know how old James Wyatt is. I have to imagine he was like, hold it. Does the wiki article say how old this guy is? He was born in 1968. Okay, so he's got some years on him. He's got some years on him. I'm bad at doing date math, so let me just do a quick. Yeah, I'm on stream. Listen, 56 years old. That's so like this is when he was in his like 30s. I imagine they paid him. Maybe not enough, but I cannot listen. I cannot imagine you worked for Paizo in this era and got like good money. It's sad. This is something that bums me out as a tabletop games person. The entire industry I love, all of the games, card games, like role playing games, war games, miniature sculptors, all of them get paid like shit. All of them get paid like shit, like hot garbage. And it's just because the industry is run by niche. It's a bunch of niches staffed by very passionate people. And it is very easy to squeeze money out of them. Yeah, I mean, like 70s, let's see. That's talking about like 50 years in industry terms. It's not terribly old. But it had even D&D is pretty like in the grand scheme of things. Like, let me see. Like, how much money did D&D make in 2023? There we go. I don't want not the movie. There we go. Okay. So the entirety, let's see, Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, entirely of 2023, like Wizards of the Coast made effectively $1 billion. Mind you, if somebody told me that Magic was 90% of that, I would believe it because that's Wizards of the Coast is funded by Magic money. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, it's definitely because it's probably like when I say accessible, I mean like if you were somebody who's interested in playing tabletops, it's so easier. Like I started playing role-playing games because I wanted to, and I had to find like a book that I found. I had to find like a D&D book for dummies in a used book bin that smelled like it reeked of cigarette smoke. Yeah, lots of passion, not a lot of money, but yeah, like now it's easier than ever, but it's still small. For instance, I just want to see like let's just say how much money did like I don't know how much money did the PS5 make in 2023? Let's just say just PS5 by itself. Oh, they're just gonna sell units. I don't know. The video game industry is like several $billion. Yeah. Sorry, sexual. You're not wrong, I guess, but like Konami video game. Oh yeah, no. It sucks. It's real bad. It's real bad of stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, they're not lucrative. They're objectively not lucrative. The fact that like there are company like this is something I think about a lot as like I'm very interested in indie war games and like smaller war games. And all of them live on the razor's edge. If you guys ever wonder like why does game like what how can Games Workshop fuck up continuously and never die? Here's the thing. Games Workshop has a war chest. They have brand recognition, they have licensing. Other indie war games will never have that. Smaller war games will never have that. It's just very, very hard. But if Games Workshop fucks up, like if they fuck up bad, like 10th edition, a lot of people like 10th edition is a bad edition and I don't like it and I quit. That's fine. Um, that's the thing. If a bunch of people quit, Games Workshop can truck on. If, let's say, like War Machine, third edition was a poorly thought out edition for War Machine. It basically killed the game. Privateer Press is basically rebuilding itself from scratch for War Machine 4th edition. And at one point, this was like the closest rival that Games Workshop has had in many, many, many years. I mean, the Lancer person also has which a nice like continuous income from other sources, which lets them, and also being an artist cuts down on the cost quite a bit, which helps. I like Lancer quite a bit too, actually. I do like Lancer. I would like to run it again at some point. Yeah, or like yeah, squishing fan animations, or like doing in like an index codex kind of tradition, or making certain armies bad, or just like a bunch of any other things that would sink a smaller company, because smaller RPG companies don't have a safety net. And it's not like some of them are like, yeah, they're ran by nerds and they're bad with finance. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. But a lot of them will also just like, they don't have anything. They don't have anything else. Like if they make a bad decision, they fuck up, they're dead. That's just how it is. So 4th edition is controversial because I like 4th edition a lot. It was a very radical departure in like how the mechanics were done. They were very like they kind of showed how the sausage was made for like, oh yeah, fighter, it has a role. Like we, instead of saying like, okay, when I say a D&D fighter, it is put in the game as a guy with weapons that do the weapon big stabs. Like that's fine, but like that's a ludicrous thing to design a game around. So like when I say like, okay, I'm gonna use Dragon's Dogma as an example. Dragon's Dogma classes, which I've not played the second one yet, but I want to at some point. But I've played the first one a decent amount. A Dragon's Dogma class is built with a very hard mechanical role. It is supposed to do a thing. It is supposed to do a thing. It has been designed to do a thing. And it is given a toolbox to facilitate a thing. Okay, a better example would be a D&D monk. D&D 3.5 monk or D&D 5th edition monk is just a guy who punch. And just like a grab bag of abilities. That would never fly in anything else. But 4th edition is like, what if we gave them hard mechanical rolls to do a thing? Like what if a fighter actually had like usually fighters the guy with the sword and the shield. What if we gave them tools? What if we, because like, have you guys heard about like, this comes up a lot in RPG discourse about like, hey, you're a fighter, you got heavy armor, you got to protect the squishy mage. How do you do that? And a lot of times it was just like role play, positioning. But mechanically, the game gives you a couple of options. You can get the Sentinel feat maybe in 5th edition, but that's not inherent to fighters. But you know what fighters in 4th edition had? Marks. They had abilities that if you attacked somebody that wasn't them, you would punch them in the dick. They would be less accurate. So there was stuff like that was really cool. But because of the way it did that, it changed a lot. It changed a lot, and people hated it. In addition, they determined that the D&D 3. The system reference document, like if you guys remember a while back, Hey, speaking about companies who can get away with fucking up shit, the system reference document, when Wizards of the Coast wanted to change that recently, there was some precedent for that. They basically were like, you know what? We captured the market with the D&D 3.5 era, 3.0, 3.5 era system reference document. Everything now uses the D&D system, which has poisoned the industry. But it's poisoned the industry, but whatever. Fourth edition, maybe we need to tone that down a little bit. And Paizo, the company that made this magazine, like Dungeon Dragon magazine was run at some point through Paizo. I forget if Paizo grew off of Wizard of the Coast or was like a contracted tabletop company that kind of just became like the magazine people. Yeah, but anyway, Paizo eventually made a lot of money selling third-party D&D content, and fourth edition was not very kind to D&D fourth-party content, so they made Pathfinder, and that kind of caused a little bit of a schism, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I still think the funny thing for me about fourth edition is because it was such a wild departure, and some people are like, this is board game, WoW, video game, anime, D&D, Wizards, World of Warcraft baby edition. RPGs over the last decade have been just rediscovering fourth edition mechanics. Like, what if an enemy, when they had half health, what if they had abilities that triggered and things changed? What if minions only had one hit point and when you hit them they died? What if we had clear, precise language for how stuff works instead of being like a lot of flowery language that requires 10 pages of FAQs? What if we had an ability that said, like, instead of doing a certain amount of damage, what if it was your weapon damage die plus a modifier in damage? This is all like fourth edition tech that is now just considered to be good game practice. Skill challenges were kind of borked, but they were also weirdly the precursor to clocks. Like if you've ever played like Blades in the Dark or Apocalypse World. But yeah, Wizard of the Coast continues to be shit. It continues to be shit. Oh god, this article is just. I'm going to skip that. I'm yeah. They definitely fucked up the. I do agree with you, Derp, that they fucked. This is also legitimately a flaw of fourth edition. They made the enemies too pillow fisted and gave them too much health. Later books fixed that. By that point, it was the damage was done. You would fight a monster, like a big boss monster, that had a bunch of health. So you and the boss monster just kind of slap each other for hours. Later books were like, we're gonna cut the HP down and increase the damage so fights go a little bit snappier. Oh god, yeah, they were going. It was also going to be the first real virtual tabletop that was supported by D&D, except there was a murder suicide. I'm not kidding. I need to bring that up because it's still bizarre that the entire future plans of D&D changed because of a murder suicide. Oh, do you guys not know about that? Okay. So, originally there was like early versions of the player's handbook had a advertisement that was like online tools are coming. Online tools are coming. You're going to be able to run D&D from your own home and have like little digital dungeons and stuff like that. But let me see dungeons, dragons. But if I remember right, the guy who was kind of contracted to do that. There we go. It was a guy named Joseph Batten. So basically let's see. He was apparently senior production manager for working on a bunch of digital tools. I'm looking up a little article right now for the more specifics. His wife left him in 2008, and then 8 days later he shot her to death and then took his own life. And because he was the lead, like he was the senior dev and had a lot of knowledge. The idea that Wizards of the Coast didn't like properly like document their code and like maybe had a lot of perishable knowledge locked into one guy, meant that everything just kind of fell apart. Yeah. So eventually D&D Beyond did become real, but it was just like a fancy character builder. And I don't want to like once again, when it comes to stuff like this, I'm not blaming the wife. Like if people divorce and maybe he was a real piece of shit considering he killed her. Yeah, probably a safe bet. I feel like I could take a stab in the dark. Um, hello Coop. How you doing? We're talking about the D&D 4th edition murder suicide that killed the entire digital tools that they were going to use. Basically, they were going to do roll 20 before roll 20 with D&D 4th edition. Yeah. Oh, did they outsource D&D Beyond? I also would not be surprised on that. I would not be surprised on that. That's all that shit. How you doing? Stab in the dark. Hey, he used a gun. That wasn't trying to be. Yeah, like legitimately, there could have been a future. There could have been a future, alternate history where like D&D 4th edition, it sold reasonably well. Like despite the fact that it has a bit of a poison reputation, I'm pretty sure it sold fine. And with like online tools that might have seriously revolutionized how playing online games worked. Like we might have had an online ecosystem way in advance. Also, Coop747, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. And I'm Rusted. Yeah. I'm doing for people who are here in the morning, I did a 10 a.m. stream, which is very rare for me. But what happened was I was invited to a miniature painting collab with a bunch of wonderful people. And because a lot of them were from Australia or New Zealand, we had to set it up so that was very early for me. So if you're like, why in the goddamn hell was Hal up at 10 a.m.? That was why. Yeah, a lot of you were up at 10 a.m. and like around the early afternoon. I was very I don't think I'm gonna do that all the time, but I kind of really like that. I really kind of like that cozy morning mini painting. If that's a thing you all like, I might do more of that. I can only do it on weekends though. You work for me or whatever. You can't. Oh, gotcha. I mean, I will say. Oh, on the my condolence. I have to get up that early for the wage cage, but on the weekends I typically sleep. I did have to flip my model upside down. It's okay. I flipped my OBS upside down again, so everything was right side up. But yeah, they would like to follow those people. I still got the command up. There we go. I'm probably gonna skip the rest of this article if I'm gonna be real. It's literally just saying like, what if you had an orc that was a wizard, which is filler. A mysterious cabal of half-orc evokers is a terror on the battlefield. Whoa, filler. What? What the fuck is... This picture is amazing. It's so odd because it's like... it looks like people in Shadowrun playing D&D. It looks like Shadowrun people playing D&D. Like, let's process this. This guy has the smallest rectangular mohawk. He's eating both pizza and he does look like an Ogren. He's eating Chinese and pizza. This guy's mouth is insane. This guy had just got back from a run, or he's gonna run later. You got a fucking like gourd on the table, an alien Pez dispenser, and then there's woman with like a toy with a whatever the like knockoff Pikachu, and then a googly-eyed fucking weird beholder in the back. This is what 2000s role players look like. Just want y'all to know that this was 100% accurate. This is by Tracy Hickman of Dragonlance fame, I believe. Oh god, yeah, I totally missed the Believe poster. Holy shit. God damn, that's amazing. Like my BGM died. Fresh that. Barbarian Rogue. oh yeah, it's a live. It is extremely 2000s in a way that makes me very nostalgic. There's like a certain flavor of like 2000, like early, like late 90s, early 2000s edge. Or like it's just like nerd culture at the time that I find very nostalgic. Like when I look at like Planescape or like read like Sandman or something like I don't think Sandman was 90s. I could be wrong. Could maybe be 80s. There's still kind of a similar mood. It's just like a warm blanket. Yeah, I do. Archive of Nethys is also legitimately one of the best things about Pathfinder, in my opinion. Just like having all the rules there just for free. Yeah. And the fact that Paizo is like, it's fine. I've never owned goggles like that either. I would like goggles like that. I need to get some. Hmm. Let's see. Oh. Oh, I think okay, so I think this article is specifically like, hey, I'm curious how long this is. I think from what I can tell, the excellent. Oh, what the fuck is this guy? Oh, this picture fucks super hard. Um, yeah, I think I mean this is a concept that I think is kind of neat, which I don't think is as common these days. It seems to be the idea, and like here I can read that opening paragraph. I was a barbarian surrounded by the dungeoneer equivalent of forensic accountants. Every door we came upon had to have paint chips taken for cobalt carbon dating. We would spend half an hour on a door before moving cautiously onto the next, only to repeat the process all over again. Finally, we ended up in an ornate chamber. The DM described the walls and pillars as covered with strange runes. No further details, just strange. The other players quite literally couldn't read the writing on the wall, but you couldn't convince them of it. We spent all night in that one room looking for something that wasn't there. After that session, I was angry and disappointed. Sensing my disappointment, one of the other players told me, hey, you're a barbarian, be barbaric. An idea can be a dangerous thing. Next week, we picked up where we left off in that same room-covered room. One of the forensic accountants said, if I hold the gnome upside down, can she read the runes? Before the DM answered, I turned to him and asked, where's the nearest door nearest to my character? To your left, you see an intricately carved door with the images of, I opened the door. A stunned silence around the table, then chaos. The players shouted, no, no, he doesn't. I bellowed back, yes, I do. The room was inhabited by 2 minotaurs. They heard me shouting long before I charged in. One of our party was critically injured, and several others, including me, took some bad lumps. Just as the cleric was wrapping up the last round of healing, I turned back to the GM. Is there another door in the room? Oh, well, he said cautiously, behind a massive stone altar, abandoned metal doors. I opened it. We must have explored 20 rooms in one night. The other characters chased me all around the dungeon from one room to the next. Eventually, we came upon an evil wizard. My fellow adventurers were obviously settling into pointless and tediously prolonged parley with the old mystic. Then and there, I decided my barbarian hated wizards. I concocted some story about my barbarian sister being turned into a goat years ago. Still angry about it, my barbarian walked up to the wizard and spit in his face. What a battle. We fell back to the corridor outside the room, and the magic flew. Our own wizard, in the excitement of the moment, got carried away and cast a fireball into the room, which was only 20 feet square with a 10-foot ceiling. Toasties! Many a brave PC was charboiled that night, but what a great story. I think it's the general idea that's like, there is a type of, I don't, I get what Tracy Hickman's going for. There are players that are deathly afraid of like missing a detail or their characters dying, so they are very, very, very precautious. And I think the idea is like, play a little loose, have a little fun. You don't need to inspect everything. Have some hero moments. Make a dumb decision. It's a Pierce blunt. Wait, not that. Oh, I've not played Armor, but that sounds pretty rad. So I think it's the idea of just trying to like, yeah, like, cause like there are groups that do like to do the like, all right, we're going to look over everything, and with every like I've had that happen a lot. Like I've had generally pretty good role playing experience. I've never really ran into a super that guy before, but I have been in groups where it's like, oh, there's an NPC. What if I talk about this? And it just like bogs the session down because it's just kind of goes too deep in the weeds. This is very 2000s, but a very good picture. And this is fiction, which is cool, but I'm not going to read an entire short story. For anyone who's excited for me to read a short story, maybe I'll do a proper reading stream later. But this is a lot. How you doing, son? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're doing a little shallow dive into. Oh God, I forgot I'm still having the Dimey Dollar thing. Selling mods. So you're doing the Skyrim experience with our Dragon Valor. There we go. This is okay. There we go. This is during that like very brief period where you could do like what's it called? You could do PS1 games and PS2 games. Do an ASMR format. I guess I could. I don't know. Maybe not tonight. Interstate traffic regulations of the Middle Ages. God, I hate these kind of comics. Hey, Jarek, you dropped your sword. Fuck Eater Lovely. No, I don't. These are too boomer even for me. I'm sorry. Yes, they could be afraid you'll step on them, but I'm thinking they didn't notice that you didn't wear the undershorts in the morning. Giant balls. Nay station. I'm not a big I'm not a big fan. Balls. Oh, Cryo! How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, this is telling you we're looking through some old issues of Dragon magazines. Yeah, no, yeah, oh yeah, no, this is a very 2000, like this is the most 2000 thing ever. There we go. Okay, this is neat. Okay, so this is like, all right. This is how you do an orc fight. All right. Are you fighting orcs? They're dumb. Hit them with range spells and will saves. This is just tips and tricks for fighting orcs. Cast the best spells. Why is okay? No, I'm skipping this. Every image, every article. Okay, buy more Dragon magazine. God, like it's wow. Maybe use power attack. Oh, use power attack and cleave. Maybe fight in the open. Yeah. Just use good spells, idiot. Like, oh god. Once again, though, this is a magazine. Every now and then you gotta fill a page. You gotta fill a page every now and then. All right, let's see. We can get some new weapons from the Forgotten Realms. Yeah, just play good, really. Let's see. Oh, my heater is on. I'm just getting a little chilly. Oh yeah, exactly. Have you tried not sucking? No, maybe I'll try this time. Yeah, I would not be so. I mean, there is like definitely like a magazine template of the era, so I'm not surprised if like there is like people moving back and forth between stuff like that. Okay, now we're getting into a fancy sword called the Ashram. Oh god, it's just the we got a bunch of very specific. Okay, Okay, there we go. Some 60 winters after Ashram was lost, the King Imbarar in the giant spires. The Red Wizard Sars presented his sword to Denzulkir of divination, Elzar of the Crimson Eye. Saros had led an expedition to the giant spires to recover the fabled Watch Crystal of Alphys, one of the magical shrine stones discovered by the Imara in ruined myth Draenor, that was subsequently carried by the lost King Imbrar in his royal. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is just fucking like, I am sure if you're big into Forgotten Realms, this means something. That is just. I hope this is not coming out like I fucking have like hella ADHD. And I understand. Also, oh, Ranu, welcome, welcome, welcome. I understand. They're like, hey, would you like to have some cool relics? Would you like to have a cool legendary sword for your game? But like, dear God, it keeps going. It's talking about who owns the sword now. It's a +2 scimitar that's bronze. It's a +2 bronze scimitar that you get a +4 initiative bonus. Oh god. Jonar wielded Eldrin with honor for many years, against such enemies as the orcs of the Earthfast Mountains. Okay. Who raided the inland settlements and coast of Impulter without mercy during the reign of Halinter II. In the declining years, John Dar retired to the Abbey of Grimjaws, a fortified cemetery of Tyr on the western shore of the Bluefang Water. Oh, my sweet. Oh, yeah, that's a banging bonus. That's a banging bonus. A +4 initiative is really good, but like, Christ, I'm skipping. You guys get the gist. You get the gist. It's Forgotten Realms wank. I love this. Feeling alienated on Earth, escape to Cybertown. Cybertown, the sci-fi community of the future. I have to know. Hold on. Cybertown.com. Do you still exist? Cybertown.com does not exist. The community of the okay. Okay, guys, I got good news and bad news. I got good news and bad news. Bad news is Cybertown is dead. Cybertown is dead. Good news. Cybertown has a fan revival project that also looks fucking... That is some Web 1.0 shit when it was being revived. Amazing. Amazing. Can I screen cap that? This picture? Yes. Yes, I can. Yes, I can screen cap that. This will be the screenshot for the stream when I need to say thank you for coming, everyone, Twitter. Okay. God, this is just a short story about food. This is just Ed Greenwood writing about food. Game and fish are often smoked and sold whole, usually dressed, skin plucked and beheaded, or salted away in hand kegs of brine. Cuts of meat or joints are treated much the same way or made into sausages. God damn it, Ed Greenwood. Fancy authors do like their food. Also, hello, Maury Mouse. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, hello, Hecka Centipede, and hello, Unholy Requiem. Thank you for the follow, and welcome to the workshop. How are you nerds doing? Hello, Belnar. Hello, Hecka Centipede. Hello, everyone. If you do not know me, I am Halbernot the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. What are you chatting about? What are you chatting about? And Unholy Requiem. Thank you. Oh, there we go. There's a little ding ding. Thank you for the follow, and welcome to the workshop. What were you nerds up to? Very normal things. I'm sure they were very, very normal. I am currently reading through some old issues of Dragon magazine. Ed Greenwood is describing food. Oh, smash your pass. Okay. All right. Hecka Centipede. I have to know. Also, hello, this is Mary. Let me get your funny number, Daily. Fuck. Nice. Hecka. What did Anima rate? Anima is my favorite Final Fantasy summon. What did Anima rate? This is extremely 2000s, by the way. This is a 24-year-old magazine that we're reading. It's older than probably some of you in chat. Easily. Totally a smash. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. A stone bowl is a lidless earthen bowl of hard-baked clay with a long pot handle and sometimes a single ring handle on the opposite side. Made all of one piece, stone bolts are always sealed with a thumb-thick layer of wax after being filled with edible contents. And they are transported in wooden carry crates that are stacked with slats or tiles between them to prevent one sinking into the contents of another. Also, hello, Elf Bulls. How you doing? Oh yeah, don't worry. Also, Bellinar 666. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. I am also a hag, so like I was alive when this was written. So this is just Ed Greenwood as Volo writing about food. It's kind of funny that Volo is still like people know about Volo now because of the Volo's Guide and fucking Baldur's Gate 3, arguably. Volo is now pop culture famous a little bit. Yeah, this is just Ed Greenwood writing about food. You know what? You know what? Honestly, good for Ed Greenwood. God, somebody posted a screenshot from Ed Greenwood in my Discord today about the different flavors of drow breast milk. Which like I saw that and I was like, drow breast milk, and I looked up and the Discord message was from Ed Greenwood, sorry, of Forgotten Realms fame, and I was like, you know what? That's an Ed Greenwood thing. By the way, everybody, I want you to know that Forgotten Realms is written by a hippie pervert, You can thank Ed Greenwood for Drizzt, all the fun video games that came out of Forgotten Realms. You're everybody. Okay, everybody who wants to fuck Karlach or Shadowheart. Hey, you know Shadowheart, the everybody's edgy goth waifu nowadays. If it wasn't for Ed Greenwood, she would not exist. I just want you all to know that this man is responsible. That's why I'm going to read the following passage. um, uh, so here's some actual cooking. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Raw breast milk, thanks to those who produce it, have centuries of exposure to cave fungi and molds and phasers. Tastes a little more mushroomy than minty elven breast milk to any human that samples it. The result is a more chalky and ever so slightly taut/heart, the same way those tiny cinnamon heart Valentine's Day hard candies have heat. But to elves who sample the drow breast milk, it tastes sweeter than it seems to humans, and far less minty than their own breast milk. Interesting, two dwarves, both elven and drow breast milk, taste a lot like original unsweetened licorice. I also like that thanks. Also, this is the thing. Okay, so on one hand, Ed Greenwood is a huge pervert. Nobody's going to deny Edward Greenwood was a. I want to take special attention because I don't think. I mean, Ed Greenwood knew the answer to this. Well, really, let's really scroll back up to this. Hey, Ed Greenwood, big fan. I have a specific lore question I ask you. It's very important. Hold on, can I just, there we go. I'm just going to leave that here. So somebody was like, you know what? I can ask Ed Greenwood about drow breast milk. And he's like, okay, buddy, here you go. I've never heard Ed Greenwood speak, so I imagine my impression is not very accurate, but in my brain, that's how Ed Greenwood sounds. Hello, Chieftain. How you doing? We're reading about Ed Greenwood being a big old pervert as usual. I don't believe he wrote so Ed Greenwood has Forgotten Realms has a lot of deep buried, like I said, hippie pervert nonsense in the many multitude of folds. But I don't believe he's ever, what's it called? I don't believe he has ever written like the Book of Erotic Fantasy or something like that. Folds. I mean, listen. I listen. I like Ed Greenwood. I'm going to be real. I find his free love hippie weird pervert nonsense charming is the wrong word, but here's my thought process. A lot of people have ideas and they don't do anything with them. Ed Greenwood has been successful by making his oh yeah, no, he's done a lot exactly what Prim is saying. What's happened basically from what I understand, he's also one of those real old school creators where when Forgotten Realms got licensed to Wizards and stuff, but basically there was a period for years where Ed Greenwood wrote his private Forgotten Realms lore. So basically, more or less, I'm sure Ed Greenwood in 1987 was I wonder what drow breast milk tastes like. Wrote that down in a little notepad or kept it in his brain. But because Wizard of Coast would not be let him say that. I think pretty much once the disclosure time frame happened, now he'll just say whatever. People can just hey Ed Greenwood, what's prostitution like in the Forgotten Realms? And he'll be like, well, funny you should mention that. I have this written down in one of my little notebooks. And it's hey, there we go. So yeah, people just ask him shit. Once again, Goose Bolton, the secret mastermind behind this fucking Discord screenshot, asked Ed Greenwood, what's that? Oh God. I remember I think I was either there or very close in the threads about the how many spires you can fit in a drow's vagina. The concept was that a DM was hey, my barbarian player keeps trying to fuck everything. And instead of saying no, I think it'd be funny if he tried to bang a drow. And then he tries to fuck her and then a bunch of spiders come out. And then people are well, you can fit a decent amount of spiders in there, but the problem is that they will die. And depending, it's do you want movable spiders or do you want highly condensed spiders, and there's a lot of ants. There's a lot of math that went into that. That looks. I'm gonna be real. This doesn't look very good. The art is fine, but like this is like the bar of appetizing art is from at least 2006. I would believe that. So Ed Greenwood has been sitting on drow breast milk lore for 18 years. Just everybody let that sink in. Just let that sink in. Oh yeah, no. No, like I said, I'm pretty sure Ed Greenwood sits on this info for years. And then sits on this info for years, and then just like somebody asked him now, okay, you know what? This might be fun. I'm gonna read this. This is about Ed Greenwood and cooking a dragon. I think this would be fun. Oh, you definitely don't look up Ed Greenwood fuck festivals then. Don't do that. Any meat advertised as dragon tail or such is almost always something else. Dragons do die in their flesh, which tends to resemble the white meat of a bustard. What the fuck is a bustard? You mean a buzzard? No, a bustard is apparently a type of. It's like a little ostrich. It's like a little baby ostrich thing. Okay, so I learned today about the phrase. What's it called? Jajel, something like that. God, what was it? Jejune. I learned about jejune, which is to be naive or kind of dry and shitty, or and I learned about bustards, which are a type of bird. Today was the first day in my entire nearly 34 years of life that I heard the word jejune. It's just never come up. There we go. But much stronger of taste. It is edible if fresh enough. It is also rare enough to be whisked away by the swiftest means possible to Waterdeep or some other place where it will fetch a penny coin. Some merchant coasters can rush a fast wagon with many horses, replacement wheels, axles, and crossbow-waving armed guards to seize out such a prize, sometimes without paying a copper to anyone claiming to own it. Such snatch teams are. Jejune is a word, like, jejune is literally a very, like, it's one of those words that someone uses to show off how wide their vocabulary is. It means, like, dry and uninteresting or simplistic kind of thing. I want to ask Ed Greenwood that I said I would love to Ed Greenwood be like, hey, it's 2024. If I say the phrase snatch teams, what's the first thing that springs to mind? Would Ed Greenwood remember about dragon meat retrieval? He probably would, which would be the best part. Oh, Crichton did. Oh, I mean, like, I still have a definitely in like an hour and a half. I could get more deranged. We're talking about Ed Greenwood talking about the flavor profile of drow breast milk, and also how to cook a dragon. Such snatch teams often leave behind large, hard-to-cut wings of a beast behind for later harvesting. If the guard placed on the carcass is too small, it is often overwhelmed by locals and passing opportunities seeking dragon scales and organs to sell for their own profit, or dragon wing flesh for their own tables. Dragon wings contain some of the largest and most flavorful joints of meat to be had anywhere, but it is a rare Favorian that gets to taste such fare even once. Dragon wings also yield sinews of great rubbery strength and great slabs of jelly-like fat, which are usually rendered down into stew or used to bait traps for bears and other. Can you imagine baiting a bear trap with fucking dragon meat? Jesus Christ. Nice. Certain alchemists and sages also claim that distillations of certain organs of particular breeds of dragons, or their blood and other essential fluids, have various healing powers, magical uses and effects, and properties such as making them antidotes to all poisons. Such matters are beyond my expertise. It should be noted that similar claims made for alicorn, unicorn horn, and for fluids gleaned from the tails of wyverns. Yay! God, considering Dungeon Meshi, considering Dungeon Meshi is like this is now topical. This is now fucking topical again. I love how time is the flat circle. Oh, we got an advertisement. Let's go. Gotcha. Big stretching. Nice. Nice. All right, we're back. Oh, mittens, yeah, 2 in 1 day. It's because like, so my thought process is like maybe doing 2 streams in a day is a bit much, but um, the first one is so out of my usual time slot that I did not want to deny anyone a late night house stream. Granted, in two, but to be fair, I'm pretty sure because like it is, I think it's common knowledge that Ed Greenwood is, like I said, when I say he's a pervert, like there's perverts now, like the typical like there's like a trendy anime weeaboo Twitter pervert, like ooh thigh pinch, mommy goth titty, oh like pervert stuff, which is like it's like pervert core, if that means anything, where it's like a very defined pervert. Ed Greenwood's from a different era of pervert, you know. Hello, Miss Riva. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Dragon Magazine 2000 and 2000 flat, specifically the November issue. Good eye, good eye. I don't know if I have that on screen right now. Very good shit. Good shit, yo. What kind of minis do I paint? I paint a bunch of different stuff. Let me see. Let me show you one of my stuff is organized very poorly. There we go. Oh yeah, here's some minis I've worked on recently-ish. There we go. Look at all of them. What else I'll do? I paint rats, but yeah. I paint Skaven, I paint Nurgle. I've been dipping my toes into some of the Lord of the Rings stuff. I was part of a painting competition today where if you see this guy, he is the Lion Masked Knight from Bestiarum. I painted him in 2 hours as a speed paint thing. I think I did pretty good. Streaking Grime's really fun. Streaker Crumb's really, really fun. I'm very happy. I will not touch him ever again. Like I'm not gonna finish him, more or less. But I'm very happy the way he turned out. I'm very jazzed how well that turned out. Let's see. Let's get PDF up. Yeah, we're talking about Ed Gring and how to cook a dragon. Ha! There we go. Go. Oh, ooh, there we go. Oh, look at this chunky game. Look at these blocky fucks. Rubies of Eventide. God, this is there a revival project for this one? Rubies of Eventide. Apparently there's a subreddit for it, so maybe someone. Oh, it's under maybe it still exists in some form. I don't know. I don't know. It seems neat. I'm very sad because I would have loved playing games of this era. I mean, I was 10 when this was out, so when my family didn't I missed out on a lot of early internet because like I was on the internet, but in order to fund like my family didn't understand what the internet was. We had a home PC because you just kind of did for like I don't know if you need to print something out or like whatever. I would regularly take those like free AOL trials, and I could only get on the internet late at night, so I can burn those trials, so I could actually like browse like certain like older forums and stuff like that. I'm sure I legitimately do wonder if that affected the way like why I'm a bit of a night owl. Like I legitimately wonder how much of my life is. Also, let me remove that so you can see that. I would go through so many of them. Oh yeah, but yeah, we're talking about Ed Greenwood is an older breed of pervert. He is a very specific pervert from a very specific era. Like I said, like the hippie pervert. Honestly, God bless him. Oh, there we go. We get some steampunk. We get some steampunk portraits. A lot of these are kind of whatever. I like that orc one though. I like this one a lot. This one's fucking rad. I'm a big fan of a kind of like gas mask though, even though it does have a built-in monocle, which is like why. But other than that, wow, you can play the Icewind Dale. Okay, the Rage Mage. Hey, by our good friend Monty Cook, still making games. Would you like to combine a barbarian and a spellcaster? Would you like to be awful? Look at those spells per day. I mean, this is 2000, so like they didn't know how to make a good prestige class then. This is shit. Oh, this is actually. Oh, I think this is a. Okay, I think this is a barbarian turning into. Okay, this is like I am a barbarian 5, wizard 1. Would you like to be a worse barbarian? And the worst wizard. Spell Rage. Yeah, this increases the DC of any spell of the Abjuration, Conjuration, Evocation, Necromancy, Transmutation School by your class level. Or you could just play a wizard. Yay! You could just play a wizard. This sucks. Ass features. I can make I should make myself like a little thinner. There you go. I can do that. We can do that. There we go. Ass features. Okay. So consider this kept the ads in. Okay, then there are what is the Shadows Witness? I think this is just to be a bunch of NPCs. This okay, that design kind of fucks. We don't need to look into these. Twisted Freak Show, new CD in stores now. Oh fucking god, this is on the same label as ICP. Like you can tell. Oh my god, what's there? Oh, that was taken from the novel. Ah, gotcha. I was a Dragonlance. I actually have not properly sat down and read a Forgotten Realms book. I read Dragonlance. Um, God, yeah. I guess I think in my brain the kind of like archetypical Juggalo is like its own thing, where it's like when I say Juggalo, like when I say nerd and I say Juggalo, like can you be a nerdy Juggalo? Yes, but it's more like it's not like a nerd that is nerdy about Juggalo things. It's like a Juggalo that happens to be like subclass of nerd. Like being a Juggalo is a primary character trait. Maybe around this time the distinction wasn't so high. So it's like, yeah, this is. I mean, also nerdy goths from the 2000s would have also probably been reading through this. So, not that Twisted, I believe, is goth music, but I think probably the overlap is there. Oh, I hate Nodwick. And then this is answering questions. How do players' ages factor into that game? Oh, that's a whole conversation. I don't know why we watch this stuff. It's so fake. Wrestling joke. Oh, there, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, I miss goths too. Yeah, Juggalo's a lifestyle. Okay, there we go. The Star Wars Gamer. There we go. The only magazine that puts you in the Star Wars universe. Awesome. That's I have to see if I can find issues of this. That this looks amazing. This is also put out by Wizards of the Coast. Okay. Oh, this looks fucking beautiful. You get the video games, you get the role-playing games, you get some Star Wars fiction. Excellent. A D&D crossword puzzle. You get some crossword puzzles, why not? See them all the time. Yeah, no. It's because like yeah, the malls would exist. I also do think goths exist, but they mostly stay like here's the thing. You could find goths, but they're going to be at home. So like, how do you convince a goth to leave their house? The ultimate 3D dungeon system. The funny thing, this still holds up. Yeah, I mean, you can get this like 3D printed now, but you can still buy a product like this. Like this is some of the stuff when I think about it, where a lot of the technology has not advanced that much. Like this is still something. Like this is still something that's relevant and has barely changed. Like these little dungeon tile things, you know? So it sounds like the opening. Yeah, it's like how do you get a goth to leave their house? You burn it down. Da, 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 da. Ah. I don't know. Put a Marilyn Manson t-shirt outside and just wave it at them like you're a bull, like you're a bullfighter. An entire article about how to do attacks of opportunity. God, they were really diving deep into the fucking like really deep into the filler. Oh, there we go. We got some software. Windows 2000. Wow, we got some city designers. This would be kind of neat, actually. Oh God, more. What is this guy's story? would you like to play Gungan number 300 in the movie? Random Gungan who dies horribly? Star Wars, the role playing game. Then we got sage advice, questions about mechanics because D&D is a train wreck. We're gonna skip through that. Also, Fluke. Yeah, that's the thing about Star Wars is that every character you've ever seen in any movie has like an entire Wikipedia is a well that never runs dry. Some movies. We're talking about the SSG's Warlords Battle Cry. That's a very charming game. Get some. Hey, Reaper! I think Reaper's still around. Reaper is still going strong. They're doing their bones things these days. There we go. Please visit these fine retailers when you had to find one of these fine retailers. Okay, then we're getting more into game. Ooh, they got dire rat stats. Wow. Why is that here? Generic. Oh, this sounds amazing. Generic role-playing for internet players. Get a grip. Grip IGM offers tools needed for game masters to create and run a successful online campaign with features like the adventure editor, fogiform mapping, character and monster editor, and more. IPC offers an easy way to interface, allowing them to design, edit, maintain. No, this is just Roll20. This is just Roll20 before Roll20, where you had to buy software and probably get everybody's IP address to see. Grip IGM. Is this still is there any apparently you can still buy a copy of it from Noble Knight Games. Oh man, I wonder. I need to look at that for later. It really, yeah. This is like when we were talking about the murder suicide for the 4th edition character thing. This is even way before that. Why the bone? Why the skeleton man? Why? I get saying bored out of your skull, but why just like a buried skeleton? I don't understand. How effective keeping secrets in your games. Okay, God secrets. Okay, so this is the idea. Perspective. I've been around the block for a while, to be fair. I've been into tabletop. I got into tabletop RPGs at the death knell of 3.5. Unironically, through Dragon Magazine was a big factor. Which is why during I love 4th edition, I really do, but I ended up going to the Pathfinder side because I really like Dragon Magazine, and I already had a bunch of 3.5 books, so I really, really, really wanted to keep using them, which is funny because after a while in Pathfinder 1e, nobody used the 3.5 books after a while. A dinosaur enemy-themed game. Hello, Gessa. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. A dinosaur-themed RPG. That feels like something that there's probably a Savage Worlds supplement for. Like if I find like Savage Worlds dinosaurs, do I have anything on my shelf that's dinosaur really? Not really. No. I'd have to look up something. I've not known like a dinosaur specific game off the top of my head. I bet if I went like Savage Worlds dinosaurs. Let's see, a Savage Guide to Dinosaurs. I don't think that you would need this per se, but this is also an option for Savage Worlds, and you can maybe run that with like Spirit of the Century or like another pulpy Savage World setting system and just make it dinosaur focus. Something like that maybe would work. Or if I looked at your inventory, ooh, fancy. Nice. I find Savage Worlds Pathfinder fucking bizarre as a concept. However, one of these days, I really want to run Savage Worlds Rifts. I think Rifts is a batshit fucking insane wild setting. The Palladium system makes my eyes glaze over because everything about it is stupid and backwards and like, why would you do that? But Savage Worlds Rift seems very neat. Like, it's like, hey, what if you put Rifts into a setting where it made sense? I should look into Savage Worlds Pathfinder. I am just curious as a relic, as a thing that exists. I find it very fascinating. And Elf Bowls, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. The gods walk among us. So this is they do have mega damage into Savage Rifts, but instead of just instantly obliterating a character, it just means that every damage you take is like a messy crit, so it will blow off an arm, which is great. Pathfinder IP with a little high power start. That sounds honestly really lovely. I think that sounds excellent. My group is big into Pathfinder 2e. It's not my jam, but I like my crew, so I'll play it and have fun. That sounds neat. So this is just so. These are just some like twists for like. Would you like to have a twist for your setting? Like maybe the gods walk among you. All the gods are dead. What's up, Miss Arevia? Arevia, sorry, I missed the other. I miss Arevia. Thank you for your sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Starting Edge is like, ooh, ooh. I'll have to look that shit up. That sounds excellent. And Maury Mouse, thank you for the follow. And welcome to the workshop. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see, players made champions of the gods. I'm gonna skip a little bit through this bit because this one's almost done. And I really want to get 2 of these done in one night. Okay, does this have like I still can't. I'm sorry. This might make me uncultured. I cannot get into I cannot get into the Foglio art style. I just do not like it. I like what they're going for. They seem like fun people. I just don't like that art style. Okay. Well, it's the last. Yes, 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 yes. Also, yeah, you feel both the Foglios are classically trained. So I was looking through my shit earlier. Everybody, this is an insane clown posse ad in a dragon magazine. Beautiful. How are all my ninjas doing in the house? God damn it. Oh god. I guess, like I said, I guess at this point, like being I don't know when juggalos became a thing. If that makes any sense. I know juggalos were a thing. This might have been where people were getting into ICP and juggalo as a subculture didn't form. This feels weird to me because I don't think nerds and juggalos, but I guess I don't know. I did have a friend who was a juggalo. And Miss Arabia, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. Welcome, welcome, welcome formally. I did have a friend who was a juggler and had a lot of Fago. Honestly, though, growing up kind of lower middle class at certain points in my life, Fago was a very nice soda for that. All right, I'm gonna take a very short idle break. aka I'm gonna use the bathroom. BRB. I'm gonna play a minute of ads to stop pre-roll ads, and then we will be right back for issue 2. This is I don't think I'm gonna get super deep in the next issue, but we have a second issue. Here we go. Hey, Dune is topical now. Let's go. Let's go. This is one from 2000 and 2004. Let's go. I'm sorry for spam. You're fine. Do not worry. Do not feel bad whatsoever. You are totally okay. Do not feel bad. All right. Let me hydrate and stretch it. I will be right back. I have them there for a reason. What does Hal do? I paint rats. Yeah, let's get a chef's kiss. Mwah. All right, hold on. I'll BRB. Hold on. I'll BRB. You can spam more when I get back. When I get back, look at the dimey dollar mech for entertainment. I will BRB. All right, I have returned, everybody. Sorry about for the ad blast. I'm trying to get better at using those so when people come in. So when people come in, they do not get hit by that. Well, hi, welcome everybody. I'm back. Yippee, yippee. Juggles are not real. No, like I said, I knew a juggalo. He was a very low level juggalo. Like he never did the face paint, but I did know a juggalo. A party stole my dragon's body. Are they going to make it into a delicious stew, or are they going to like? What are they going to do with it? I guess. What are they going to listen? You can't leave a succulent dragon meal for them and not have them do something with that. Oh, they body swapped with one. I guess your campaign's over now. Is it like a permanent or a temporary one? If it's a temporary one, you can maybe let them have some fun. Maybe let them have some fun. Oh yeah, exactly. A low level juggalo is going from door to door selling makeup and Fago, and once he sells enough, he can upgrade his standing within the juggalo army, and go from a broke ass ninja to a down ass ninja, and then continue on. All right. Also, God, I don't know if this is Mordenkainen or whatever. I love this. I listen. I love a classical wizard. I love a fucking like gray beard, like mythical tome, silly hat. He a bigger collar would be nice, but I'm not gonna complain. This is a solid 8 wizard. This is a solid 8 wizard. He's doing some spooky shit. Oh god, 39 new feats. Those are going to be incredibly dumb. They advance by hit dice or class levels. Since I said juggalo's their own thing, I think by hit dice. I think a juggalo is a creature. So, like, if you have a juggalo wizard, he's a juggalo first as a species, as an advanced species. And then if he decides to take levels in wizard, that's a different thing. Oh god, what is this? For millions who have chosen to live by sword and sorcery, a new battle rages. Hey, EverQuest 2! Alright, we have advanced. We have advanced straight to a proper MMO. There we go. That's kind of wild thinking that EverQuest was like the big daddy MMO, and then now it's kind of like faded away. All right, so this one I think will be less ads and more content. I don't know how deep we're gonna go considering I spent like nearly 3 hours on the previous one. This one also straight up has an article that's like 39 new feats, so we're probably gonna skip through a lot of it. There we go. Aw, James Ryman shows that us classic styles never die. Oh, that style was already dying back then. Also, I think if I can make this like one bigger. There we go. I also like these are slightly off center because of the way they were scanned. These are not the worst scans from like whenever the fuck I got this. The scans themselves are like a decade old. Yo, let's go. Is this Dawn of War 1? Yeah. On the front lines, there's but one commandment: thou shalt kill. Oh, glorious! Look at that glorious Blood Raven motherfucker. Look at those low quality purity seals. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Excellent. Mwah. Free chef's kiss for that. Mwah. Beautiful. It is funny because like you do every now and then in Dragon Magazine, you see a lot of games that like never took off or were like too deep in the weeds for nerds, but you do see the occasional like this is a cultural touchstone of a game. And there you go. You got Dawn of War, arguably the game to put 40K on the map for a lot of people who are not from the UK. And we got the usual earning XP. Oh, this is talking about just like working at pizza taught me that I like pizza a lot. It never got old. Pizza. Honestly, yeah, I get it. I get it. Predates electronic source copies. Oh, there probably are better copies, aren't there? Oh god, yeah, there's probably higher quality copies. It's this one I got. It's fine. It's fine. It's how you know I'm a real OG when I'm rocking like the most ancient series of Dragon Magazine scans. This is also one of those things on one hand, like, it's kind of odd to show full written material on Twitch and YouTube. But on the other hand, this is a 20-year-old magazine that is not in print for edition of D&D that's going to eventually... the one D&D is effectively going to be D&D 6e. They just don't want to say it because they don't want all their like. They know Wizards of the Coast knows that as soon as they're like, ah, yes, we're at the point where we need to release a new edition. We're at the point where we need to release a new edition or to get money. However, our audience has grown and expanded to the point where they're not neckbeards that are going to be used to an edition change. They're going to be people that might drop the hobby if D&D 5e stops getting supported. So they're being really careful about it. But it's going to be 6th edition. Or 5.5, but close enough. It'll be cross-compatible with your alt content. I've heard that lie before. Every time when an edition comes out, it's like your stuff is cross-compatible. It's not. Then eventually you forget about it, and then tables will just not allow that old cross-compatible content, and then it switches over. It's because it's a Band-Aid fix. It's a Band-Aid fix because they don't want you to flip out. Like seeing once again, somebody who during the Great 4e Pathfinder split went with Pathfinder because I was. It works though. This is what I'm saying. I didn't dive deep into 4th edition D&D because I wanted to carry my books over. And Paizo was like, hey, our system is cross-compatible. And then it just became really hard to do that. Tables wouldn't really let you bring a sword mage or a binder. So, Mori Mouse, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Hello, Brian. How you doing? It did work for one. Okay, that's interesting. I will admit, I'm very weak in very, very early editions of D&D. That is probably my weakness. It's mostly just because like a lot of my interest is in RPGs that aren't D&D specifically. Like I'm big on the Chronica, Blades in the Dark. I'm currently trying to get together a Changeling the Lost campaign very soon. I've been getting player signups for that, which will be nice. That should be. I've been doing one shots for like 3 years now. Back in 2021, I ran a campaign, and I will be doing a campaign. No, we're not doing the buy to pay pigs article. We're talking about in a general sense. But yeah. We're talking about how like the new D&D, like 1 D&D, is effectively a new edition, but Blizzard of the Coast is extra scared this time that a lot of the audience will just leave if they're suddenly told their stuff won't work. So there we go. Working on Dragon for 4.5 years has taught me more than I can relate in an editorial, but it seems to be the most important lesson I've learned is that getting what you want from life, whether it's a career in the RPG industry or becoming president of the country, takes more than dreams, drive, and planning. You need to take punches and roll with them, make mistakes and learn from them. Aw. Oh, that sounds sweet. Yo, Eberron. Eberron soundtrack CD included. God, I really like Eberron. Like, here's the thing. Hasbro, I fully believe as a company will die within maybe like a year or two. I believe I believe Hasbro will die. Now, at one point in the distant past, Wizards of the Coast was its own entity, and I've heard some like reasonable sounding rumors that like there is not a cabal of investors, but like a group. There's a group of investors that are like, if Wizards of the Coast ever needed to pull the plug, we would support them financially to make that happen. But I also believe Hasbro would fucking burn all their properties for money. I'm not saying Wizards of the Coast was good. I do believe if Wizards of the Coast was not single-handedly supporting Hasbro as a company, I believe it would be better. I believe it'd be a step in the right direction. The rot might be too deep, though. The rot might be too deep. The 30th anniversary of Dungeons and Dragons, and this was so yeah, we did the 50th anniversary not that long ago, I guess. Complete Arcane. I have this book. This is where Warlock got introduced, right? I believe so. I out of all the D&D classes, I really like Warlock. I like Warlock quite a bit. Get some some geek chick. Wait, is Jinx still around? Like Jinx.com, oh, so long and thanks for all the fish. On January 1st, 2023, the Jinx website officially closed its virtual doors. Jinx.com is available for sale. Wow. I mean, they basically just sold like nerd shirts, but like it's kind of wild. I'm not surprised. Oh yeah, they do got the Microsoft exec. Yeah, playing in the bed next week. You can maybe post a picture to Discord. Maybe we do. I do got Discord. If you go check out my links, there we go. You got some options. I'm using DMA group because here now has CEO. Yeah. They did. They hired a Microsoft person, and literally they're like, you know what? We need microtransactions in D&D. We're not squeezing enough money from this stone. Hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, you can't. Hello, Rack. How you doing? Yeah, they can't kill the SRD. They can't do that for certain. Like it's like that's the thing. I do believe that D&D, as if D&D dies, like dies, I don't think you can. Man, you don't have to pay him. No, I 100%. Which I believe it's like it sounds like they're trying to be like, hey, John Gamer, hey, John Gamer, would you like a feat for your character? Ironically, D&D 3.5 would have been the dream edition. So like what you do is you take 3.5, you basically go back to 3.5, but you use like modern, like kind of like quality of life features. And then you're like, hey, you could buy a book of feats and settings and stuff like that. Or what if you just paid, you don't want to pay $30, $40 for a book, but you really want this feat for your game? How about $1? How about $1? And you can get the feat you want. Oh, what about this other magical item that would be really good for your build? Wouldn't that be fun to run by your DM? It's also only $1. That's only $2. That's less than the cost of a McDouble. You could buy a burger, a shitty cheap burger. It's way more expensive than that. Oh, GeoCities crashed. Oh, okay. I thought you were kind of saying that, like, kind of like how you can like order groceries online and stuff like that. Yeah, I think they would love to do a gotcha system. I do not think a gotcha would fly for D&D unless they did like a lot of gotchas just fucking explode and die. Um, like God, I love Gamma World 7th edition. The trading cards killed it. The trading cards fucked it over so bad. Oh God. Jesus saves, it only takes half damage. Ha 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 ha. Nerd humor. I'm not a geek. I'm a 12th level paladin. Hold on. Hey, can I give me like give me a second, everybody. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Chotomate. I need to. I listen. I too am a gamer geek, and I need to accessorize. So don't mind me. I need to accessorize my gamer geekdom with this. Oh God, here. Let's remove the dimey dollar back. We don't need. Ah, I am misclicking like a motherfucker. Sorry, Peniel. I gotta cover you. There we go. Excellent. Look at me, everybody. I'm a proper gamer geek. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I'm a 12th level paladin, everybody. Just so you know, I will smite your ass. I will smite your ass real good. So don't fuck with me, everybody. I'm a 12th level paladin. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that's unfortunate because like there are just like there's like a whole it does look like a sensor bar. Like there are just people like even my generation got hit by it, the uproar of horse armor, and now we just expect games to come with DLC. The Dragon's Dogma 2 is also like Capcom is being Capcom, and they put like a bunch of like, hey, if you get the deluxe edition or pay us $1, we'll give you a character change potion, and that's causing a bunch of shit right now, which is not great. I'm not gonna defend Capcom on that, but it's more like we're like, yeah, that's just Capcom. That's just Capcom doing Capcom things. Yeah. Ooh, that's biting fucking Kaitos. The unfortunately named GameCube game Biting Kaitos Eternal Wings releases this month. I like that name. Fuck you. That's neat. Wait, you can't start a new game? Wait, do you have one? Oh, I did not know about that. I mean, there are hip young gamers getting into other RPGs, but the thing is, a lot of them do not care beyond. I'm just gonna play D&D. I'm just we just do D&D. It's fine. I'm listen. I'm an RPG nerd. I've only played fifth edition D&D. I listen. I don't. Every time I play D&D, I ask everybody, how does an attack roll work? I'm a cool D&D player. And unfortunately, Wizard of the Coast is really afraid. They're really afraid that like if they change the edition, they're going to lose that guy, like that kind of person, because those kind of players do have a lot of disposable cash. You know? Yeah. Some people will play fifth edition. Save data or player character. That is legitimately a bizarre decision. That's a bizarre. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Listen. It's been so long since I've seen Domo. It's been so long since I've seen Domo. Um Domo used to be like more of a like kind of internet mascot sort of creature. Like not so much anymore. Hold on, I need to do guys, I need to do another thing real quick. Hold on. Where's it at? Let me. Where is that? Yes, I read old edition. I read old Dragon magazine articles so I can find hip accessories. What about it? What about it? God, no! Don't say Domo is the original meaning. You take that back. You take that back right now. Yeah, I'm gonna dive into the magazine. I'm gonna live within the pages. It's comfortable. It's warm. I clapped IRL. Nice. Let's go. Supposed to become more effective. The thing is that I think about this too for like, hey, you know, wargamers that only play Warhammer, and I think about this sometimes. It's like, what would it take to defeat D&D, like or Warhammer? And the thing is, it requires a buy-in that a lot of people won't do. And then also somebody's like, all right, I don't want to play D&D. I want to play something else. And I agree with this. The Discord, yeah, let's go. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I have to check that later. I mean, yeah, I mean, D&D has like Hasbro exploding. That's a thing. But, like, like I said, I'm going to use Warhammer as an example again. Let's say I want to play a war game that's not Warhammer. What do I want to do? Well, I don't like Warhammer because it's got too many models. I'm gonna play a skirmish game. Like I don't like Warhammer. I'm gonna play something with like a funky scale like Confrontation. I like Marvel stuff. I'm gonna play Crisis Protocol. I like Star Wars. I'm gonna play Legion. Because when you diverge from the main generic group interest thing, things kind of splinter into little directions. It's incredibly hard. It's incredibly hard for like a coherent front to form. It's effectively like I believe the term is balkanization. It's like balkanizing everybody who doesn't play Warhammer or balkanize everyone who doesn't play D&D. And because everyone's split as in like a separate thing, it's really hard to mobilize as a collective group. You know, you need exactly what Dasher said. You need a community, but you need investment to build a community, and that just doesn't happen without like a concentrated effort. Yeah, yeah, Domo's back. Oh yeah, like don't guess it too. I experienced that as well. I painted Death Jack recently from War Machine. If I put that on my Instagram, which I did, it gets significantly less views than Warhammer stuff. And if you want to get noticed as an artist, you will never get noticed doing just like War Machine because it's a niche game. All kinds of stuff like that. Yeah, BattleTech made the correct choice. BattleTech made a very good choice by being available in stores. Um, you can't like going to a Barnes and Nobles and buying a BattleTech starter box or a board game store is the biggest brain move, and Games Workshop will never realize that. I do want to play Fabula Ultima at some point. I am in process of getting a Sword World 2.5 game together of all things. One Page Rules is actually doing something similar where they are getting like miniature sculptors and like a community together. But the problem is, and I like One Page Rules a lot. one-page rules is Warhammer with the serial numbers filed off. It's a detox for Warhammer. It's fun. I enjoy playing it, but that's not, you can't build a community on that. One-page rules would need to invent a new system, but they can't invent a new system because their entire goal is being compatible with that, you know? Oh yeah, I stream this. I mean, this is D&D, so I can stream under D&D. I stream under D&D for other games all the time. Yeah, branding's hard. Branding is legitimately hard. And algorithm makes it kind of harder to get niche games started. You have to do a grassroots effort. And grassroots efforts take a lot of effort. They really, really do. And I can understand why they don't take off the ground. I can understand why they don't take off the ground. It's hard. It's hard to do that. Hello, friend. How you doing? Hi, hi, hi. And bye, bye, bye. All right, there we go. Let's see. So, oh god, this article. Oh, that's good. How you doing? This is funny. So, like, Eberron not being just another fantasy setting, but like basically saying like this is another sweet article. Kyle Harmon, bless his heart. Not the oh bless your heart like insult thing. Like actual legitimate. He's like, hey, I was a old grog. I'm a big Tolkien fan. I read that and I'm like, what the fuck? There's fucking like robots and trains and shit. And then apparently there's an article where they explain what led to Eberron, and he's like, you know what? So this is kind of cool actually. Why not do this? Why not mix it up a bit? I think that's very cool. Kyle Harmon and from Birmingham, Alabama. Good shit. Hell yeah. Ah, there we go. And then yeah, and then vampire shoot itself in the foot didn't help either. All kinds of fun stuff. All kinds of fun stuff. I'm a big sucker for Planescape, I'm not gonna lie. Eberron's like my second. It's like Planescape, Eberron, and what would be my third like official? I like the idea of Birthright more than the Birthright setting. Like I could not give a fuck about the canonical Birthright setting, but the idea that the gods exploded and now you are lodged with god blood so you can do cool magical things while you maintain a realm, that shit fucking rocks. Who are you who can summon fire without flint or tinder? Isn't it Tim the Enchanter? Is that Tim the Enchanter straight up? Oh, Dark Sun's really good too, actually. I think Dark Sun's good. I don't know if I'd run Dark Sun with D&D, but I actually do like Dark Sun a lot. Actually, I even have I have an old Dark Sun adventure, and I have the 4th edition books. Funnily enough, the 4th edition Dark Sun books are kind of hard to find now, which is wild. All right, we got some more map software. Excellent. I also like this is old enough where like going back to revisit the D&D catalog is like, oh yeah, that's a cool thing we did. Wow, we went back to look at old D&D adventures, and now that's 20 years out of date. This is cuts off kind of weird if I do it like that. Let's keep it at that so far. The peak underground PV. I do like Goblin with the fat ass. I do like Goblin with the fat ass. Is it the same? It might be the same ass software. Yeah. It plays Goss. They did. It's God. I want to go to a Vampire the Masquerade LARP one of these days. I really do. I think that's something that I'm a little sad I haven't done at some point in my life. There are some who call me Tim. Oh god, look at that scanning artifact. There we go. Forgotten Realms Demon Stone from the developers of Lord of the Rings The Two Towers. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. I wonder if they play very similarly. I have to imagine they do. I have to imagine they do. Then we get some typical D&D. MadIrishman.net. Does that still exist? It's mad-irishman.net. Do you still exist? Oh my god, it does. It was updated in 2002. It does not have, it's still using HTTP. This is not secure. This is not secure. It lives. This website still lives. It's probably hosted on the guy's computer and he just has totally forgot about it. Neat. Neat. Let's fucking go. Oh yeah, all the Lord of the Rings like video games generally slap pretty hard. Vampire LARP would hurt more than it ever did. Maybe that's where, maybe there are underground vampire LARPs where all the goths still play, and I need to find them. Oh, I'm jelly. You got to play mage. I am working on getting Changeling the Lost together, but I would love to play mage one of these days. I've only played vampire with modern edgy kids. I will say, I'm gonna say, and I'm not saying kids in this instance, but like Zoomers, like young adults. There are ones with vampire sensibilities, or like World of Darkness sensibilities that like just cause they were not grogs like I am. Like, oh, there's one I need to shout out. I see Yoro. Everyone, if people know Yoro Yo-Yo, dictator VTuber extraordinaire. She is like early 20s, I believe. But she is also extremely, extremely down for the kind of shit that's in World of Darkness. So if you like legitimately, there's a World of Darkness symbol on her new outfit. I forget which one off the top of my head. I think it might be the Tremere, not Tremere, Toreador clan symbol on her. Or bigger warriors. Oh, are you doing fucking mixed line World of Darkness? Holy shit. Nice. But yeah. I don't think all hope is lost. I don't want to be like doom and gloom. Also, one of the reasons I do like going through these deep dives, some of it is like, yeah, old nerd, like old nerd therapy group. Yeah, I do want, like, if somebody is legitimately like, hey, I'm like early 20s and this looks cool, I want them to learn that, you know. I just have to look for them to appear. Maybe someday I'll be lucky then. So, oh, Matthew, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm not a geek. I'm a 12th level paladin. Oh, Gen Con. Was this a Gen Con was in Southern California? Nice. I forbid it. Well, bye for real, friend. I I do love Gen Con. I've only been to Gen Con Indie, and I liked it a lot. You're not the real Edge. But what if I can't wake up? Gen Con stuff. Hey, there we go. Hey, speaking of this, the Battle for Middle Earth. Is this one of the RTS games? Oh yeah, this is one of the RTS games. I've never played this one, but I've heard they're pretty solid. I've only played the Lord of the Ring hack and slashes. I've only played those, but they were very fun. I do want to play the Final Fantasy X ripoff, where you may play an OC Do Not Steal, and you fight Sauron with like Final Fantasy X style combat, because that sounds excellent. The challenge campaign. Oh, there we go. So they sell D&D minis before, and they have stats, but they used to have like a D&D minis war game. So you would ostensibly be like, I'm buying the figures for my D&D minis, and they came in blind boxes. So once again, Wizard of the Coast, not a great company now. But back then they were also still like this. They were still doing shit like this. You would buy randomized booster boxes of minis in like the 2000s. But you would get a little shitty plastic mini. It would have the 3.5 stats on one side, and on the other side, it would have stats for a war game that, in my experience, no one ever played. I have never seen a game of the D&D war game ever played. It doesn't seem like it's very good, but it exists. A face first collision with the Spencers. What do you mean? I've been to a Spencers a couple of times. They're fine. I don't know. I've never been jazzed to be in a Spencers. Hot Topic, yeah. Spencers, no. Also, congrats on your streak, Matthew. Fuck yeah, let's go. I feel like Wizards of the Coast dabbled their toes into wargaming, but they never decided to go too. I think the problem is, like, I bet the suits at Wizards of the Coast were like, Games Workshop is entrenched. Games Workshop would be our rival if we made a war game. It is very unlikely through our research that we would make more money than, like, if they made like D&D a proper war game with like paintable minis and stuff like that, maybe that would work. They've done a couple of like, they've done like Assault Wing, and I think you can buy like little skirmish boxes now. I think they're just kind of unaware that their audience, like the RPG and war games audience, like, it's a pretty heavy Venn diagram. But it sounds like there's probably a lot of infrastructure to decide it's not worth. So this is basically like, what if you were, what if, like, this is funny. They're kind of presenting this as a new idea, but they're like, what if you ran a war game campaign? Huh? Huh, D&D players? Wow, have you ever considered this? And like, this is shit that's been around wargaming forever. For fucking ever. Also, look how bad these minis look. A lot of these pre-painted minis still look like shit. These were bad then and they're bad now. And no amount of nostalgia can make me nostalgic for how shit these looked. They were real bad. It's because like, I mean, so chainmail exists. Chainmail existed and then morphed into D&D, yes. And Wizards of the Coast used to print D&D. You basically, they used to manage some D&D stuff in the UK, and White Dwarf would be like British Dragon magazine. There's like D&D monsters and adventures, and the Fiend Folio is made of British monsters specifically. And then that kind of eventually morphed its way back into a war game, Warhammer Fantasy Battles. Yeah. I'm probably getting a little bit of the details wrong, but like, it's have you guys like know like there was mammals that evolved to go from the ocean to the land, and they're like, ah, fuck this, and they went back into the ocean. Like, it's like that sort of thing. Wargaming has been like at various points like that, like between wargame and RPG. Yeah, I believe these were like $10 or $15 because they had like 5 or 6 of these like shitty medium-sized ones, and like maybe a large one, and maybe a bigger one, like a huge one, which huge in D&D terms, 15 foot by 15 foot, something like that. Yeah, you know, roughly that size. I'm gonna skip over this because this is for a war game that no one gives a. Oh, look at this! This is something I give a fuck about. Fable. God, it's been a while. So I was a GameCube kid. Nintendo baby in general. Like, my first console was the N64, but arguably the GameCube got more playtime than my N64 ever did. Oh yeah, I forgot in 3.5 they rebooted Chainmail. I forgot they rebooted that. Yeah, maybe it just didn't do well enough then. I don't know. I'd have to dig that up again. A lot of my knowledge is very incomplete because I have a bad memory and it's been decades. So if I ever say something that's like close but has a lot of details wrong, that's what's going on. I'm not trying to spread misinformation. I'm just memory bad. Oh yeah, exactly. No, it's like look at the spell list and see how many pertain to combat. Most of them. But yeah, I at my friend who was a juggalo, he was the guy I knew that had a 360. So I would play Halo and Fable over there, and we would watch Chobits on it. And no shit, we would rent Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. We would rent Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball and play at his house, which my family would have never allowed. And he had like, he was the guy with like the cool lesbian moms, where it's like huh, like he got bullied because of it, but he was kind of like an alt kid anyway, so it didn't matter. And it was just like his moms were like, yeah, do whatever the fuck. We're free spirits. And it's like, okay, hell yeah. So we would rent Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball and just play it, and they would not give a fuck. It was a great place to spend the night at. I will say that. Also, Wavy Milk 420, thank you for the follow, and welcome to the workshop. Steal Use Magic and Big Magic from Monster a Week. Exactly. Yeah, you could do a lot of stuff like you could honestly steal from a lot of other better systems. Oh boy, Goblin. Oh god, that's. Oh, that Ogre Ravager is terrible. God, they're just so bad. I think it's because I'm gonna be honest. I like Fable. It's very good. I think because Fable is too British. I think Fable was too British to really pop off for American audiences. Also, Fable 1 was a very good game. Fable 2 is a pretty good game, and then they kind of like lost the plot a little bit. I don't remember playing much of Fable 3, but I think after a while it just kind of became weird. Like the kind of weird where it's just like like a confusing series of decisions that kind of stifled it. Oh yeah, also, you know, good old Peter Molyneux. You can watch the trees grow in real time. Hey, but Trial at House on the Hill is still a game that's. Oh yeah, no, this is still kicking around. Like different box, still a good game. Still a big fan of that. Oh, this is sad. This is the saddest shit. And I don't mean this because it was bad. I mean because it was too good to live. This is for confrontation. Confrontation is, and Rackham Games in general, made some beautiful miniatures. Like miniatures in metal that blow the dick off of the quality of some minis now. It was just like they did the thing. They did the thing where they fucked up some business decisions, did some shit pre-painted minis, made some questionable business choices, died, and but like, oh, their art was gorgeous. They released a magazine. I have a couple of issues of Cry Havoc that my local used store had, and it's beautiful. Like, look at these fucking minis. I cannot stress this enough. All these are very good. Like getting Rackham minis. I believe there's a website called Cadwallon that you can buy third-party recasts because it's a dead company. Took one game to spawn a Doom engine clone. Jenner, why did Fable it? I think it's because like Doom hit really hard. Like I don't think Fable really pioneered anything. It was just like a good hack and slash. So yeah, I don't know. I'm willing to bet their hand sculpts. Also, once again, Confrontation Rackham, we're a very European company. I'm going to be real, especially once you move like into like Spain and France. Those have some of the most insane fucking painters and sculptors I have ever seen. Something about like, not to say that like Britain's bad, but there's something about a Spanish miniature sculptor or painter who is like fucking wild. They're like, yeah, I've been doing this since I was 4. I'm going to paint and sculpt the most beautiful mini you've ever seen. And I generally agree with it. If I could maybe I wonder if I could find like a Cry Havoc archive. If I can find an archive of all of the Cry Havocs, that would be beautiful to show off. Because legitimately, some of those are they're still amazing. Like the production value. Like this is something where like role playing games are like a weird. These are like a weird timeless hobby, as in like what do you think about a D&D book that's printed now and a D&D book that was printed 20 years ago? What's the real difference? Objectively. Like, art, a lot of it's style-based. So arguably, you could say that that Wizards of the Coast becoming cheap for art means that the art quality degrades. Layout and presentation is definitely something that advances in modern stuff. Legitimately, a lot of older role-playing games are poorly laid out in contents. Oh yeah, the Spanish siesta and having a full amount of sunlight powers them to be excellent painters. And like tastes change, but like technically a lot of the quality behind a printed RPG book is money. If you have money, you can make a very beautiful, very well presented book. And it's just kind of funny how that's worked out. It's funny how that works out. I'm going to scroll. This makes me sad. And now they're talking about the Dungeon Siege. I'm going to skip through Dungeon Siege. All right. I also am not going to get through this all the way. That's fine. Hey, everybody. Remember how Dune is now a big movie? Would you like to use Dune in Dungeons & Dragons? I'm sure all of you are clapping your hands and saying, yes, clearly. Oh, yeah. Doom was at that point where people were like buying computers for Doom. I'm sure somebody bought an Xbox for Fable, but I cannot imagine it was like nearly to the same degree. Yeah, Travel. I have to look at. I've been in one Traveler game that died 3 sessions in because the GM got busy. I really like life path systems where basically you build your character by random tables and it determines like what goes on in there. I really love those. All right, everybody. So you want to know what they did with Dune? Back when there wasn't any Dune movie, but you could just make book content from Dune? Wow. Hey, everybody. Spice! Would you like to use Spice in D&D? Here we go. What does Spice do in D&D 3.5? You have to consume it, or else you make a Fortitude save. The more Spice you consume, the higher the Fortitude save. Once you've maintained a frequency, you can only maintain that, or you can increase the frequency. Fans of Listen, I'm pretty sure that fans of the David Lynch Dune, me among them, realize it's a wonky ass fucking movie. And didn't it come out in like when did David Lynch Dune come out? This was 2004. That was 1984. So that was 20 years ago, even prior to this. That was 20 years ago prior to this. Okay, so it's basically saying the more you take, it's like D&D drugs are a funny thing because like why do people take drugs in real life? Typically to calm down or to energize themselves, but a lot of D&D drugs are like we call this like demon root. When you take it, you get real strong, but then you take con damage later. It's that kind of silly bullshit. This isn't very much that same trend. So it's like, okay, you'll take damage if you don't get enough spice. And it shows you your lifespan increases. Ooh. There we go. If you take every year, you take a little bit of spice, you get basically nothing. If you take spice once a month, you get a couple of extra years. You gotta take them fortitude saves if you go cold turkey. Oh, I love Maid. Oh, it's weird that I have not run Maid. We call this love. Legitimately, yeah, Lava Nut would have been a D&D drug. It would add 1d fire damage to all your attacks, and then you would take con damage later. So I actually have a copy of Maid. It's a first edition copy that when they sold Maid at Gen Con in 2008, I bought it. I did not think to get it signed because I was a fucking idiot, and my copy is falling apart because it's not a hardback. My copy of Maid's not a hardback, and it's basically was put in a backpack to carry around. But yeah, I love Maid. I love Maid. It's weird that I haven't run Maid. It's very bizarre that I've not run Maid. For me, it's a perfect one-shot game. Never ran it on stream. Wild. Uh-oh. 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 Let me fix that real quick. It is common with a fat ass with more rules to a certain degree. I have played Maid a couple of times. If you guys know the VTuber Callie Calico, she has ran Maid a couple of times, and I've played in that a couple of times. But I've not done it. I've not ran it myself, which is bizarre. It is very good. Maid is a very good game for that. And then cool, there we go. Then you get stats for the Orange Seer, aka the Dune Navigator, little floaty guys. You get some psionic powers. Cool. Cool. Okay, you get a monster you can put in your games. That's not nothing. And sandworms are basically like take a purple worm and add some hit dice, and also it makes some spice. Anyway, that's it. They put this on the cover, and it's 2 pages on like maybe spice drugs, maybe sandworm take stat, huh? God damn it. Oh, Dragon Magazine. Gotta skip this fucking comic. This comic's dumb. It ends here. It ends now. The final Drizzt story. There's no way. Oh, there's the Hunter's Blades trilogy. Okay, bye again. Okay, nerd. But yeah, no, D&D drugs are incredibly stupid. I hate them. Hey, metal dice. I'm gonna be real. I've rolled metal dice a couple of times. They fuck up tables. They look pretty and they got a nice weight to them, but they are designed to fuck up a table. And I'm the kind of person that I don't care about dice. There's some people that buy specific dice when they make a character, and I don't. I just got a big bucket of generic dice, and that's enough for me. Is crystalcast.com still around, though? I have to find out. Crystalcast.com is still around. They're still making dice, and in fact, they have a security certificate on their website, so they're maintaining their website. It's pretty great. I believe the thing is I've never actually read a Drizzt book. I was a Dragonlance boy, and I thought Raistlin was the coolest guy ever. I love Raistlin so much. Buying casino dice. I could maybe see that. I could see that. See, get some more comics I could not care. Hey, Gen Con, nice. Get some. Is that a fucking Dabu? Is that a cool early 2000s fucking Dabu from Planescape? God, that's wild. It is I, Rachel. No, I would not. I'd try to probably do. I need to do like an edgy pain, like my brother Cameron, my brother Cadillac. He must go now. Something like that. I don't know. I know it's Cameron. Cameron. I can fully never remember how to pronounce his name. No, I liked him because he was a cool, edgy wizard who was still ostensibly a good guy. He was cool. He was rad. Bitchin' Camaro, my brother. My Bitchin' Camaro, my favorite Dead Milkman song. Why have you betrayed me? No, I don't know. I know there's a... Pretty good, need more terrible hack. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, my favorite cereal, is falling through my hands. I look at my bowl and I see when it expires. It's expiring in 3 days, and I cannot eat enough cereal to not waste it. Anyway, there we go. How's that? That was a fake cough, by the way. It sounded real, huh? I mean, I guess a fake cough is just a real cough you just do for no reason. I've never read a Forgotten Realms book. I feel like Elminster is just the same voice I do for Ed Green. Like, well, if you see over here, this is, did you know about drow breast milk, huh? Is Ed Greenwood also Elminster? Because, like, in my mind, Elminster and Ed Greenwood's the same. It's the same guy. I literally about said Elminster's Ed Greenwood's persona. And you know what? I don't take that back. I'm not going to say like DMPC or alter ego. I'm going to say easily his persona. Easily, I'm going to say his persona. All right, this is a little article about hangs out with Ed Greenwood. Oh, they are different people. Okay. I still imagine even if they're different people, they look and sound identical. Okay, so few people have no parents. So this is basically like, how would you flesh out your very early character? Like growing up, I guess they're trying to undo the centuries of like, I am an orphan. My parents were killed by orcs. I have a sword. I have a shield. DM, you cannot use my parentage against me. I will die in a dungeon. Maybe trying to undo that a little bit. Well, I do also like the idea of all the PCs being childhood friends. I'm a big fan of all the PCs. No, I'm not big on all the PCs are in a tavern or they meet. So I like having that thing where a lot of RPGs now are like, hey, maybe your characters know each other. Like I like how Fate does it, where it's like one character might know another character and another character knows a different other character, where they form like a chain sort of deal or like a web. Yeah, you can. They're like, oh yeah, cool. Flesh out your own hometown. Make up some NPCs for your DM to do stuff with. Also, in my experience too, is like if you give a. This is also a conundrum as well. If you're like, hey, GM, I made like my whole family. They're real sweet and they're real cool. And this is why my character is out adventuring to like, I don't know, like save my sick sister. And then some GMs are like, oh, I'm going to introduce that to the plot. And other gyms are like, cool, orcs attack the city and they butcher your sister. Now you must defeat the orc King Grablorgar. And you're like, why did I even bother to give you plot hooks if you're just going to murder them to raise the stakes? And I tried to avoid that in my games. The only game that did not work out, that I did not abide by that. There was a player in Shadowrun, in a Shadowrun campaign I ran, who took the flaw, I have a loving family, and they fucked up. Like you get character points for this. So in my opinion, I'm allowed to fuck with them. But it made sense too. I wasn't like, haha, you got a family, get fucked, idiot. What he did is he did a very public crime in the family minivan, and they were already fucking around with Renraku. And Renraku was like, hey, buddy, listen. We recorded your license plate, fucking up our shit. Now, you used to work for us in the past, right? You were pretty good. You were a pretty good guy. We took your family, but this doesn't have to be all bad. Just betray your friends and your family will live. And not only that, you'll be gainfully employed by a megacorp. Some people would kill for that position. And he's like, fuck, you're right. I'm going to do that. And they did that. And then eventually the party was on like the very last run where he was stood as an antagonist to them. And they're like, listen, troll guy who was the NPC with the family, like, listen, troll guy, it doesn't have to be this way. We're buddies, right? And the guy was like, you know what? You are my friends. I can't betray you. Fuck Rinraku. And Rinraku's like, by the time he found out what happened to his family, Rinraku put a bullet in all of his family members. It's like, we told you what would happen, motherfucker, if you cross Rinraku. I'm sorry. And like nobody was like, how that was a dick move. Because like it felt right in the course of the game, and I've been told by the player himself it was really happy the way it turned out. Like it was a very compelling thing. Legitimately, it's like I love criminal campaigns because they are the cock-up cascade of a bunch of like criminals are kind of short-sighted and make mistakes that compound on each other, which I think makes for a compelling game. Hello, Gumbo. How you doing? It's I Elf. Look at my domo hat, and I'm not a geek paladin shirt. But for other times, I do. Yeah, I think I would like saying like, oh, maybe make the cure hard to find. There's ways you can make it work. No, second only. Yeah, yeah. Cyberpunk is also a genre for that too. If a player gave me a family backstory in like a D&D game, level 12 is a big deal. Not level 12 is a big deal. Shut up. No, you're fine. You're fine. If it was like D&D or like Ryutama is like a very cozy game, and you can specifically dictate the mood of how you play Ryutama by what color dragon the DM is. By the way, in Ryutama, the DM is a dragon that travels with the PCs. And you could be a good dragon in that. And like you could be like, we go on a caravan so we can find an herb to heal the sick sister. That would be one where like if you choose a green dragon and everything's hopeful, you go on an amazing adventure. You go through a lot of hardships, and then yeah, you do go home and then you do save your sick sister, depending on the mood. And it would be or maybe your sister dies, but there's a way to save her. Maybe if someone owes you a favor and you can resurrect her. There's ways to do it. There's different ways. Oh yeah, cop fuck ups are so good too. There's been a lot of Blades in the Dark games I've run where the heist went off without a hitch, but actually escaping the police was kind of a bunch of fucked up. Oh god, it hurts, guys. It hurts. The rules and characteristics bound to your miniatures comes in every set. That's also a good idea to have the stat card. And look at these sculpts. God damn, look at these sculpts. I don't own any confrontation minis. They're kind of expensive if you want to get official ones. I wonder how much they go for though. Okay, looks like you can buy like individual heroes for like $16. That's not bad actually. Some of them are actually reasonably affordable. That might be fun just to do one. I would not paint it that quality because once again, European painters are insane. But that could be fun. Especially like so like you like this guy is distinct enough, but also if I said he was a chaos champion, people would be like, yeah. Ooh, look at these edgy motherfuckers. Arcane ancestry. This is something that always cracks me up. So like D&D has always had a thing where it's like, if your relatives fucked a dragon or an angel or a demon, objectively it made you more powerful. Like legitimately, if you are a peasant in D&D and you want to play the long game, I'm dead serious where you go fuck a dragon. I'm not kidding. If like you're a peasant farm girl, and it's like, okay, I'm kidnapped by a dragon, you're gonna be like, all right, dragon, listen, I will fuck you, and then try to get a half dragon baby. Like you might be shunned by society, but if you raise that motherfucker right, you're gonna have a strong ass kid, and then now all of your descendants will be able to cast fucking magic usually, or at least some people will. It's legitimately a power move, or like legitimately somebody making a bargain with a succubus just for a son is a good long-term investment, even though that's probably gonna damn you personally to hell. Yeah, like kid can kick your kid's ass. Exactly. I was like, oh, Abby Fox, how you doing? I think so. You're in. Oh yeah, I had a Lord of Contagion that I bought used. It did not have an axe. I used a Zaku axe. Oh, King, you're right. I mean, you're not wrong too. Like, okay, let's say the peasant woman example. You fuck a red dragon. You have a half dragon child. And if by 3.5 rules, your child right off the bat immediately gets +4 strength and a bunch of other benefits. Even as a level 1 warrior, like not even a fighter, a warrior, they become better right out the gate than so many others. It's a good move. Legitimately, that like I could write an isekai manga called "I have reincarnated in Dungeons and Dragons 3.5 as a peasant, and I must fuck my way to a powerful family." That's a thing you could do. That is unironically a thing you could do. That would be fun actually too if just doing that and just having D&D 3.5 stat blocks because you could use the SRD in the middle of there. Yeah, your kid will die to a house cat if they're a half dragon. It's very good. Also, enjoy your lyric. For that would find you doing. I mean, you could also worship a deity that does that. Like there's some deities that might be fucking down for that shit as well. So yeah, like bloodline feats. It's like okay, anarchic, chaotic bloodline, lawful bloodline. These are like the very niche ones. Also, look at this slutty elf. Cloaked in shadow, dark tales of the elves. Don't know what this is. It's a 16. I guess it's a book. Like let's gaze upon that. Let's really look this over. Full body, full shirt that includes gloves and this is some Wraithu shit. Oh my god, you're right. Gloves, but like also shows pecs and the V. You're wearing like a dress. You got a sword, pierced nipple, and full on fucking jaguar body tattoo. Holy shit! What? Hold on, because is there a written description? Let's see. Cloaked in shadows, dark tale of elves. Does that exist still? You can still buy this on Amazon. In this anthology, you will find elven assassins, kidnappers, and conspirators. You find elves who are reaching from beyond the grave to those. Oh, it's just somebody's OC do not steal drow compendium, more or less. It is like a reverse bunny suit, yeah. Honestly, if I got a commission of me in this outfit, but with like my chest mouth sticking out, I might need to do that. I need to get more scabs, apparently. That might be fun. Like, hey, troll me in this slutty man outfit that technically covers a lot. Ah, wild shit. Oh yeah, you could use reincarnate to min max power too. You could also do that. So some of these bloodlines are weird. So Grave Fiend. So necromantic bloodline. I think that's just a fucking like getting impregnated by a vampire kind of thing, or fucking. I don't think. Yeah, I think it's specifically you have to be a lady that gets fucked by a vampire, win the lotto and still be broke. Listen, I I would love to win the lotto. I don't do any lotto stuff. Also, green heat. You get bonuses on saving throws for poison. So, guys, I want you to know how crazy D&D 3.5 was. Like, I really need to stress enough. Plant's bloodline. Plant bloodline. And I fucked up. And when they say plant bloodline, what they really mean, if I'm going to be honest, your dad fucked a dryad. Your dad was like, look at that saucy wood woman. I would like to get splinters from her. And then your dad did. And congratulations. Exactly. The Illithid bloodline is pretty sure Illithid bloodline is like grafting. Like they grafted Illithid parts onto you, which is and you maybe escaped, or like your so it's more like you guys know how you do like that plant grafting thing. It's kind of like that, but like the little squiddy bit kind of affects your bits. Technically, I guess in theory, if you knew the science behind this, you could kill a mind flayer, split up the tentacles, graft one to like the base of your neck, and hope that pollutes your bloodline enough that you have like weird, clammy children who can do sick magic. Oh yeah, you could be like the Evil Dead tree. You're right. Actually, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. We get some druid titties, nice. There we go. The Black Summoners of Insark. That's fine. That's whatever. Shadow Bloodline, Plant Bloodline. If in case you fuck shadows, I guess. So I mean, to be fair, some of these bloodlines, to be fair, are legitimately like, hey, you were born in an area where that kind of thing seeped into your parents. So like, Shadow Bloodline's not like I fucked a wraith. It might legitimately be like your family was on the plane of shadow for too long, and it's kind of tainted your blood. Or you could be a snake man of the Yuan-Ti. I mean, that's also pretty common. Comes Jeremiah the role-playing game. I know. I assumed that Jeremiah was like legitimately like maybe a big book or something like that, but finding out there's a role-playing game called Jeremiah is really fucking goofy. Doctor on the Enterprise D. Or that too, yeah. I mean, you can try having sex with your own shadow. The tricky thing is, can you impregnate your own shadow? That's where it's really at. I know Mongoose is still around. Mongoose Publishing is definitely still around. And this is just talking about like using magic for war reasons. Like, oh, cool, you can use aligned spells to hit multiple troops. Wow. I'm not gonna. This is just literally creative uses of AoEs. Not worth looking into. Michael J. writes some terrible. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. Wait, wait. Did I miss his name from somewhere? Where like was he on the? Oh, the guy who wrote that book. Okay. I would not be surprised a terrible comic artist wrote a terrible post-apocalyptic thing that was adapted into oh my god, this is so early 2000s. A generation lost, a future unknown. Jeremiah, the role-playing game. Oh god, why would everything about this look so bad? Oh god, I need to write this down. You can still buy it on Drive-Thru RPG for $6. Wow. They gave it a better cover. The Drive-Thru RPG cover is much better. I guess it was a TV show. I would not be surprised if this is a TV show. It looks like the kind of shit that would be on TV and get canceled after one season, easily. Oh, God. Feats that combine class abilities. Once again, everybody, hey, I'm going to skip this because I'm going to be real. I love D&D 3.5. If you're not making a D&D 3.5 character, feats are the most dry, like, you can apply the knowledge gained in another spellcasting class to druid spells. Choose a spellcasting class other than Druid on which you have at least one level for the purpose of casting spells from the Druid spell list that also appears on the chosen class spell list. Your caster level equals the sum of your levels in the Druid class and the chosen class. For example, a 5th level Druid, 2nd level Cleric can cast spells that appear on both spells as a 7th level caster. Oh, God, why? Oh, jeez. On a lot of these, it's like Druid Theurgy. Okay. Aligned Theurgy. It's basically just kind of the same thing between Druid and Cleric. These do not need to be separate feats. Wow, a meta mag. I also do think, also sometimes too, Dragon Magazine was like the playtest magazine. They'd put it in Dragon, and eventually they would what's it called? They would tidy it up, and then they would put it in one of the complete arcane books. So I know that there is a feat that's like, hey, you take it, you're up to 4 levels higher in a casting class you have. I wonder if this is like the prototype of that. 2 seasons, not bad, not bad. Yeah, no, it's legitimately filler content. Wow. Wow, a holy mount that if you have a paladin in another class, you're holy. These are literally band-aid feats. These are band-aid feats that like, wow, okay, you're multi-classing. And I know D&D 3.5 is known for multi-classing to get very broken combos, but for the most part, multi-casting suck dick. Usually a broken prestige class or like some broken ability made it work. A lot of prestige shit is awful. Like, hey, be a level 1 cleric, level 1 rogue. Watch you do nothing. You have the ability to do barely anything, and there's like stuff like this to like, maybe your class feats stack. Maybe your class things stuff. Also, can I say Monty Cook's third-party D&D books, some of them are amazingly trash. They're so bad. I did find a copy of Arcana Evolved that I would love to talk about more, because Monty Cook basically rewrote the entire player's handbook to both be like mechanically different and also his OC Do Not Steal fantasy setting, which is wild. All right, get some ads. We a lot of this is what I was talking about. The hit point still exists. You can still buy shit from them. Yeah, no, like 99% of prestige classes were awful, but then every now and then you would get like Hulking Hurler or like Incantrix, like ones that were so broken because they did not think about the consequences of their actions that like you just tunnel your way into getting that. The Uber Goober, a film about gamers. Oh, cool! It's got Gygax in it. That might be fun, actually. Uber Goober. Huh. That might be a fun movie to watch, actually. I might see if I can get a copy of that. That sounds kind of neat. Yeah, that might be a nice break from fantasy movies. Get a watch a book about Gary Gygax from 20 years ago. They're coming. More Monty Cook's custom stuff. 1888 Game Dude. Oh, please tell me 88gamedude.com exists. Please, everybody. This has to exist. The Game Dude cannot have. Oh, Game Dude 888 Game Dude no longer exists. I will not dial that phone number. It is most certainly dead. It is most certainly dead. If anyone else feels brave, feel free to do that. I will not. Okay. I love the Dragon Ecology articles. I will not be reading this one tonight. I like Dwagar quite a bit. These are generally very good. It's just going to be too late to get through that. So, once again, if anybody goes through old Dragon magazines for any reason, all of these ecology articles are still very good. They flesh out monsters in a way that the bestiaries do not do. They give you a lot of like society and psychology kind of things for each one, about like encounters, how their biologies would affect the way they do things. Very, very cool stuff. Some of them have to like, how do you fight them? That's or like they're immune to poison, stuff like that. Very, very good. It is, yeah. I mean, they kind of do assume like a generic Greyhawk setting or whatever. The Domo hat does make me look very silly. Yeah, the taste of she drink our breast milk because they also live deep underground with the drow, but they sample a higher mushroom content than drow do, but everybody knows. There, oh God, Jesus Christ. Hello, Dusk. How you doing? Welcome. How you doing? All right, then we're getting spooky spells. Okay, there we go. So you can get a magical spell that tells you about how much something's worth. Cool. Neat. The Wraithu flower. The Wraithu flower literally comes poison. So, I mean, acid. So I imagine it tastes like getting dissolved by acid. Yeah, we know. Yeah, it's Forgotten Realms. It's been Forgotten Realms since 2nd edition. They just probably didn't want to license out the money to make Forgotten Realms the default setting. And they're like, oh, wait, no one gives a fuck. I think Greyhawk's neat. And there's cool stuff you can do with Greyhawk. The general public does not care about Greyhawk. That's a better way to rephrase that. Talk to your D&D normie friends. Ask them what Greyhawk is. Tell them that St. Cuthbert's cool. They'll have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Or just say, hey, do you ever wonder who Mordenkainen is? And they'd be like, what? The guy with the hands? Like, yeah. Did you know he's a character from Greyhawk? They're like, what's a Greyhawk? Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Runebound, a board game that probably is not good. Oh, it's Fantasy Flight games. They're usually not too bad. Not too bad. Oh, Artifacts of the Pharaohs. Okay. Are these base a belt of the camel? Wow, you're protected from heat and cold. Just heat, sorry. You're protected from heat and you don't need to drink as much water. Artifacts of the British Museum. Canoptic jars of the Guardians. Okay. Cool. When placed together and the sacred words are spoken by a cleric of a good alignment, It creates, okay, they're magical jars that create a lawful good mummy without despair. For 3 hours per day, you get a pet mummy. That's kind of helpful. 18,000 gold's a lot. I imagine by the time you get one of these, a mummy's not going to do shit. Super annoying how people just assume stuff. Oh, really? Okay. I'll admit a little ignorant. I'll admit ignorance on that one. I'll admit ignorance on that one. The thing is, like, I'm gonna be real as well. I've never really played in a pre-made D&D setting. My group has always been ride or die homebrew, even if we're doing like generic fantasy stuff. So I do forget about that. The idea of a lawful good mummy is a very funny combination of words. God, the cloak in the desert, you can merge with sandstone. Whoa. Okay, guys, this is fucked up. You can get a cloak that merges into sandstone. Or you can get a fucking set of jars that give you a lawful good mummy. These are so much. These are so wildly different. Also, Proxy and hello, Robert Brown. How you doing? Great way to clean the tablecloth. Yeah, let's go. Oh god, fucking his eye, the asbestos armor. Sounds very silly. I know we didn't know how dangerous asbestos was for many years, but just how casually people were doing stuff with asbestos is kind of wild. It's kind of wild. Hello. Did you make a donation? I immediately lost that. These are all like take the most generic fantasy. Fuck are these? God, these are just more. This is just more filler feats. Fuck off. Hey, there we go. Back when Reaper did more metal. This is like Reaper would be like, hey, I would like to buy a miniature for my character. And hey, Reaper still is that. The Bowman Charger. Is this a prestige class for just being a bow archer? This is also kind of what we're talking about, where it's like, this is, yeah, the lead pipes is real fucked up. This doesn't need to be a prestige class. Horse Archer does not need to be a prestige class. Let's see what they get, though. Let's see what they get, and this will be how we end the night with something incredibly stupid. Let's see. Okay, you can double the distance and mount charges. That's actually pretty good, but you can only use it once per day without breaking your animal's fucking legs. That's great. She can bring no food or water for herself or her So basically, you only eat with your mount for like 2 weeks, and then you get a bonus on animal checks. Wow. I guess that's kind of neat. Okay, riding mastery. You get ride check bonuses. Okay, bonus on initiative equal to half your class levels. Real fucking spicy. No, yeah. Like honestly, being a mounted character is very fun and very powerful. And I've played some mounted characters before, but then sometimes your DM's like, yeah, it's stairs, and you're like, fuck, bullshit. Okay, you get initiative is pretty good. Elusive. Okay, getting the elusive for reflex saves is pretty good. These are not bad. Ride by attack for bows is pretty good. Pretty good. Horse sense. Once per round, when a mouse affected by effect allows a will save, the bowman may. Oh, so if somebody tries to mind control your horse, you're like, not today. And then you make the save. But guys, I'm going to be real. Here's the fun thing about that. Everyone. This is a class with shit will save progression. And you basically had to be a fighter to get to this point. Yeah, you're going to be bad. You're going to be bad at making will. I mean, your horse is also going to be bad, but you're not going to be that much better. Over the course of 10 levels, you'll get a +3 will save bonus, and your will save is going to be shit. And then you get all the weapon specialization stuff. At level 10, now this is stupid. At level 10, you become a great Khan. You get the leadership feat. Now, for people who do not know 3.5, I need to briefly talk about the leadership feat before we break for the night. Leadership feat was a feat that gave you an NPC character that was your level, basically -2 or 3, so a couple levels lower, and then you get a whole bunch of level 1 and level 2 chumpos. It's an optional feat. Yeah, the horse is like, I can't see through that illusion. Let me try. Neither can I. It was a optional feat in the dungeon, and basically in like one of the Dungeon Masters guides, a Dungeon Masters guide, I believe, because it's unbalances the game. It gives players another character and a bunch of minions, and it basically means you will never run a typical adventure ever again. And like you can be like, oh, to treat the little dudes like halfling, like hirelings, and like you can make them like get mulched by traps. But that's not really the intent. The intent is more like you own a small organization now. So that's goofy. All right. And then with that, time to wrap up for tonight. I'm gonna end the YouTube side of things because we're gonna go to raid stuff. Bye YouTube. Watch your